Good morning and welcome, darts fans, back to the online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I am sitting in the commentator and presenter's chair for the next 5 days. You're going to have Group A over the course of Tuesday and Wednesday. We will have Group B and C throughout the course of later in the week. And of course, on Saturday, we will have the finals to see who will win Week 2 of Phase 4. We've got the likes of Gavin Carlin, Robert Thornton and Robert Owen, who won Week 1 on the early hours of Sunday morning. They're already through to Champions Week, which will take place in early July. But now we start the journey to see who will join them in that Champions Week before a short summer break. So let's have a little look at who we've got in our first game. It's Graham Hall and Josh Payne. And it's the first time we're seeing Josh in a little while. But in 2022, he's been rather useful. He didn't play in Phase 3, but in Phases 1 and 2, he found a weekly win. As for Graham Hall, this is his second visit here to the Online Darts Live League, and the last time he was here, he played to a very good standard. However, he did not qualify for the weekly finals. Unfinished business for both of these players. Still more for them to achieve. First and foremost, Group A is in their
First,
sights.
it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
So this is how it works if you are joining us for the very first time. We have 6 players today. They will play 5 games today and 5 games tomorrow.
44.
Whoever wins this group after getting the most points, or potentially the best leg difference as well, we'll go through to Saturday's finals, which will take place at 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV. But if you don't qualify from this Group A, all is not lost. Josh Payne starting strong.
180.
That's exactly what we expect from someone who has been one of the best players in the Live League this year. But if you don't make it through Group A,
59.
it depends on your league position in Group A as to where you would play with your second chance in Groups B or C. We'll touch on that a little bit more throughout the course of the day. There's plenty of time. We're going to be here for the next 5 hours. 15 matches for your entertainment. And you haven't just got these two guys playing.
135.
This is, I have to say, a fabulous group. If you thought last week was any good, I think this one's going to be better. Kevin Painter will join
100.
us. Colin Osborne will be back for more glory. Lisa Ashton and Matt Jackson making his debut this week in one of the toughest Group A's I've seen in the last couple of years.
100. Joshua record 96.
To get a tidy start in 5 visits. He's looking for 76 more.
88.
Almost gets those 76 as well.
107.
And this man from the West Midlands is looking to steal this first leg in 5 visits. Might just do so as well.
71.
Chance missed.
Joshua
In
record
this
8.
best of 7 leg match. First to 4. And Payne does take the first leg in 18 darts. So he gets a nice settler in this opening leg of the day. But there's definitely going to be quality throughout the next few days, that's for sure.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
And the reason I say that is because when you look at what Josh has done here this year, it's mightily impressive.
40.
He played in the very first week of the Live League this season. He won that week. He did go to Champions Week. He didn't get the phase win. He came back to phase 2 in week 4. He won that week as well. But he didn't win the phase in phase 2 either.
125.
That went to Robert Owen, who will have another crack at a phase win in phase 4 as he's already qualified via Saturday night, where he was mightily impressive.
140.
But along the way this year, Josh Payne has set himself very high standards. 113.49 is his best individual game.
54.
That's one of the best averages we've seen throughout the Live League's history, but it's not the best. We've seen 117 plus from Dan Reed.
140.
We've seen 115 plus from Robert Owen a matter of 48 hours ago. But one record that Josh Payne does hold is the most 180s in one individual match.
134. Just
7 180s in a best-of-7 match. And he might have a 12 darter here. Double 14.
93. Graham require 148.
Already showing a very high level of performance. Graham's going to need to be really accurate. He's going to need to time these shots really well.
82. Joshua required 28.
It feels like Payne has got this game by the scruff of the neck.
Game shot on
And
the
he has
second
now
leg.
reaching the halfway
Josh
point in no time at all. He obviously loves playing in this room because whenever he's here, he plays well.
So look at Josh to throw first. Game on.
Let's talk a bit more about Graham then. He has played here on one previous occasion.
59.
That was in the previous phase, in Phase 3, which, funnily enough, Josh Payne did not play in Phase 3. But when Graham was here, he played in Group B of Week 1. And here's the amazing thing about the level of play he brought. 96.97 was his running average. For the 8 games he played, he averaged almost 97, and he didn't qualify through Group B. That is amazing. Having said that, he was involved in a rather juicy group where some big averages were posted. He's even got a personal best average in this room of 109. That's why you look at this group and you think
100.
There are possibilities here. But the biggest possibility so far is that Payne might be getting himself a big win if Hall does not keep his range around what he's just done with that 140.
$100.
You have to say that Graham's in form. Runner-up in the Welsh Classic this year in the WDF system. Losing out to Barry Copeland, who recently lost in the pairs final in the Dutch Open. So, that indeed tells a story. And he did miss a dart to win that Welsh Classic in the final leg of the contest.
$58.
Interesting use of the 18s there. I wasn't sure if he was going to stay on the 60 or whether he would switch somewhere else. Big chance here for Hall to get that break of throw that he really does need in this match. And there it is. Perfectly done.
Graham Hall.
14 darter to get himself back into this match. And just when you thought Josh Payne was strolling, he's just pegged back a little bit.
It's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Big thank you to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV this morning in the UK. And to everybody internationally watching via YouTube. Wherever you are, do not be afraid to get in touch with us today at Darts Live League on Twitter.
140.
By all means, you can tweet myself at the Asset 180 as well. And we might get round to giving you a few shout-outs a little bit later on in the coverage. And throughout the course of the week, because we will be here all the way through Saturday night.
95.
Let us know where you're watching from. It's always good to know where some people are tuning in. Darts is now very much a global sport.
140.
Everybody's feeling pretty hungry to play and to watch after yesterday's victory for MVG over Joe Cullen in Berlin in the Premier League final, which was nothing short of spectacular.
96.
Imagine a 4-month campaign coming down to 2 darts. One person misses, one person hits.
125.
And the difference is £150,000. This week at the Live League, win week 2 of Phase 4, and you will bag yourself 2 bags. £2,000 to win this week, but the chance of winning £6,000 more in Champions Week. Double-double was the attempt for Josh.
56. Grammy require 110.
Hall's been good in his doubles. 50% is very admirable, but is he getting enough chances? He's got another chance.
92.
Chance which isn't taken, and it could be
Josh
fatal.
require 40.
Double 10.
Game's on the 4th.
Josh is feeling
Josh
ruthless.
Payne.
He's got that break back immediately in exactly the same amount of darts as Hall broke him in the previous leg.
5th leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
We've got the company of Owen Binks as our referee for the next couple of days. We'll have Paul Hinks here a little bit later in the week.
59.
Graham from the West Midlands. I'm reliably informed he's from the Redditch area.
180.
That's Graham's first maximum of this match. That evens up the tally for this game, as Josh has got one himself. But you have to admit that on Tuesday mornings, every now and again, we get a few scrappy matches. Someone's not quite settled yet. They might stick in a mid-80s average just to get themselves into it. These two have obviously woken up early with some purpose. Hall, averaging over 100. Josh, 98. You just sense, has Josh Payne made a mistake there in leaving 165?
81.
Is this the only shot he would have had to win the 5th leg? There's only one way to find out.
55.
Over to you, Graham.
Grammy require 100.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? Josh Payne did make a tactical error in my eyes.
80. Josh
He's gotten away with it and now has the chance to win the match in 5 legs. He still does. He still does. On the bull. Which he takes.
Shot on the match.
A great
Josh
finish.
Payne.
And whenever a player takes a 110 in that kind of fashion, you just think, I might have just edged one there. But it's a brilliant start for Josh Payne. A beautiful performance, a 96.84, as you can see. But Graham Hall, once again, playing really well and losing. We'll talk more about his record when he plays in his next match. But the next match for us is Colin Osborne against Kevin Payne. They're 2 old pals going at it. And let's see if they can follow in the footsteps of Josh Payne after that one. We'll take a couple of minutes out. And when we come back, it will be Payne against Osborne right after this. Match number 2 of week 2 in phase 4 for Tuesday will start in Group A very, very shortly with Kevin Painter taking on Colin Osborne. Two veterans of the sport about to collide. Good to have these guys back. Looking for more success is Colin. He's had plenty of success in this room, but I would say that at this point, Kevin Painter, who is wearing a very good pair of brogues today, the man from Rugby. I say from, he actually lives in Rugby. He doesn't consider himself from there. He's from Essex. But Colin, who is from Middlesbrough, who normally resides in the Midlands, knows plenty about this guy.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But like I said, Kevin Painter has been here a couple of times before this year. And he did play in 2021 as well. In fact, both of these players
140
are the only people in this group who have played this year and last year. The rest of the field are either making their debut or are players who have just started in 2022 here at the Online Darts Live League.
140.
But Painter's made the weekly finals on 2 occasions. Once in 2021,
58.
in week 2 of phase 3. And in phase 2 of week 3 this year, he made the finals again with the same result, failing to make the semi-finals on the Saturday night. So, he'll be hoping that phase 4 is a little bit kinder to him
114.
than previously. And we are talking about 2 of the best players from around the turn of the previous decade. I'm talking around 2006 to around 2014.
43.
Title winners. And you can classify them as big title winners. Painter winning the Players' Championship finals, of course.
177. Kevin, you record 146.
And Kevin is on for the 146 no longer. But Osborne has hit him hard in this first leg.
Colin, you required 24.
Double 12. Half that.
Game shot on the first.
Take that.
Colin Osborne.
14 darter, and not the first 14 darter that we've seen today. We've already seen 3 of them. What a standard we could have for Tuesday.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Outside of the live league, these guys have played each other 26 times. Osborne with a 15-11 winning record against Kevin.
180.
And the first 180 of the contest goes to Osborne, who has come out of the traps like a prize greyhound.
140.
And just to give you some insight as well as to where these guys have been in their careers in the last 10 years. I mentioned that head-to-head record of 15-11 for Osborne.
44.
But the last time they played in a PDC ranked match was in 2012. And there are a couple of ways that I can communicate as to how long ago that was. Yes, 10 years is a long time. But the last time they played each other was in the very first European Darts Open in Dusseldorf. The very first running of that event in the first year of the European Tour.
95.
Even that being the case, they're still playing pretty decent stuff, albeit with different motives.
45.
I will explain that statement in the next leg.
40.
Well, we're going to have to see if Kevin can bank it. He'll not be happy with 40 there. I smell a 140 coming. Or possibly a 132.
132.
Bad news for the artist.
126.
He can cancel it out with a 57 in bull. Osborne in for the strike.
86. Colin, you require 40.
Tops it is.
Game shown the
Tops he
second
gets.
leg. Colin
And if he's
Osborne.
leaving tops and hitting tops, not only Painter, but everybody's going to have issues in this group.
So look, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That previous statement that I said in leg 2 about different motives, Colin Osborne is
43.
tracking towards a return to the PDC circuit. He has had the opportunity of being an alternate over the last year. His positioning in the Challenge Tour rankings
43.
has given him the opportunity to go back to the Pro Tour and get another sniff at it. But that's not something that Kevin wants to do.
96.
Kevin wants to concentrate really on the senior circuit. He's now over the age of 50. He did have a marvellous run at the World Seniors Championship earlier this year.
100.
It wasn't meant to be for him at the World Senior Masters recently, which was won by David Cameron,
140.
the guy that beat Kevin Painter. So maybe on some level that will have made Kevin feel a little bit better. We'll have to watch out for Kevin as well at the World Senior Match Play, which takes place early next month in Hull.
100.
This week could be really key for his chances in Hull in a few weeks' time. If he could pick up a confidence-boosting weekly win, boy, that would be good for him.
140. Kevin, you reckon 122.
Painter get his first leg of the day with a ton plus out. That's really, really tight. Such a lovely thrown dart. Just doesn't find the mark.
54.
3 of them now. All
Colin,
caressing
you
the
reckon
wire.
93.
.74 left for Aussie. He can't find the requisite treble.
53.
And Painter comes back.
Kevin, you require 68.
He'll be hoping for a 2-darter. 3 he would take. Ooh, change of tactic from Kevin. It's double top. And
Game
it
shown the
works.
third leg. Kevin Painter.
I've known Kevin a very long time, and I can't ever remember him going treble 16 for 68.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
He's always
Game on.
been traditional when it comes to the approaches and the finishes. 60 for double 4. I would have put my house on it. But when
48.
he deviated his vision towards the bottom of the board, I thought, oh, hello. Someone's trying a different tactic here. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you hit
40.
it. Out of the 6 players in this group, we have 5 who have won a PDC title of
85.
some form. Josh Payne has won at development tour level and senior level. These 2 have
47.
obviously won at senior level. Graham Hall has won at development tour level. Lisa Ashton has won at the women's series many, many times.
96.
The only person who hasn't won a PDC title in this group is Matt Jackson, who you will see next.
81.
I mentioned those weekly wins for Osborne. Week 2 last year in phase 2.
125.
Week 4 of week 1 in 2022. So 1 win last year, 1 win this year. Good consistency from Colin.
100. Colin, you require
say his motives-
147.
Or his motive is to get a phase win, to get that bigger check.
60.
So far this year, phases have been won by Jim McEwen, Rob Owen and Stephen Burton. Osborne desperately wants to add his name to that roster. Here comes the pressure in the best way possible
180.
with Kevin's first
Colin, you
maximum
require
of this match.
87.
Colin gets a shot at the bull for 3-1. He
62.
can't do what Josh Payne did
Kevin, you require
to finish
53.
the first match of the day. Nothing unconventional about this for Kevin. The single hit, the step off, and the hit.
On the 4th leg. Kevin
So we may
Painter.
be looking at two players here who are banking on tops if they're going to have their chances this week. Tops is being
5th
hit.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Nice recovery this from Kevin, who I was talking to this morning.
100.
He was in a somewhat jovial mood, as he usually is in the morning. But when the games start, the game face turns on. That's the way
95.
he's always been. And there's nothing wrong with that. And so far in the doubles, he's perfect. That game face is working.
83.
He was somewhat light-hearted this morning when I was telling him that maybe there was a new series of Gavin and Stacey being filmed, because for as long as I've known Kevin, that's all we've been talking about.
81.
He fancies this game now. He was in massive trouble
125.
at 2-0 down. But the more you play here at the Live League, the more you get used to this
60.
format of best of 7 legs. And we're talking about two of the most experienced players in the Live League now.
70.
Kevin's played 32 matches here this year. He's won 15 of them, so just under half. Good running average of just about 86.5.
Kevin, you require 123.
But he is playing marginally better this year than he did last year, so he's warming to the task. Is he warming to the bullseye? He's not going to go for it.
91.
For a split second, I thought he fancied it. Oh, Osborne's going to leave double one.
140.
He tried to.
Kevin, you require 32.
It isn't tops this time. Double 8. Big dart.
24.
He could have had
Colin, you require
the game
42.
in his grasp if he'd have hit one of those 3 shots. He may find the game going the other way now. I think Osborne has been hitting tops with so much ease. He's obviously disappointed not to see it go in.
On the 5th
But the
leg.
composure
Colin
on that double
Osborne.
10, world class from Osborne. He didn't panic. He came back in for the break of throw.
6th leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
You get yourself in certain modes where a double seems like it's the size of a smartphone. You feel like you can hit it with your eyes closed.
58.
But if Painter is to walk away with 2 points from this match, he's going to have to do exactly what he did in legs 3 and 4.
97.
If he doesn't, he's toast for now. Osborne
135.
does have a very good record when it comes to Group A action. And in 2021, when it was 3 days, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday,
100.
he held the record for the most wins in a Group A campaign. That's somewhat moot now, because Group A is only 2 days.
95.
But if you pick up 18 points in this group, you're going to be fine. If you pick up 16, so 8 wins from 10, a very good chance.
180.
and Painter's got a very good chance of taking us all the way for the first time today via that second maximum of his contest.
Correct.
Treble 19 will be the target for monumental pressure.
177.
What a great game this has
I mean,
been.
you reckon 124.
But it's not over yet. It might be over now that Osborne's on double 18.
39. Colin, your record
Kevin's put up
36.
one heck of a fight, but Osborne has found a spurt. And
Game
he's
shot
found
on
the
the
win as well,
match.
with the
Colin
best leg of the
Osborne.
contest coming in leg 6 for the 4-2 win. It was a brilliant performance in the first couple of legs, and it was a really good last leg. Timed it really well. 93.86, I don't think tells the full story of how good that game was. Painter should feel good about his chances in this group if he can just find a win over the next couple of matches. But it is Payne who wins match 1, Osborne wins match 2. Will it be Lisa Ashton or debutant Matt Jackson who picks up his first win in match 3? That's coming up right after this. Welcome back, darts fans. It is Group A for Tuesday, and we've started really well with wins for Josh Payne and Colin Osborne. What are we going to get from debutant Matt Jackson right now as he goes up against one of the greatest female players of all time in Lisa Ashton? All smiles at the start. Time to get the game face on for the four-time Ladies World Champion, who is not that far away from making her Ladies World Match Play debut. Up against the 38-year-old from the Bristol area. The action.
Hey, first
Matt
against
Jackson
Lisa to throw
joins us
first.
for the very first time.
Game on.
Let's see what he can do. Now, Lisa is back for another
60.
crack. Of course, she did not play in the Live League in 2021 because she had a tour card. This year, without one, she has the freedom to play
100.
in a lot of different places. Women's Series within the PDC, WDF action, Live League, Challenge Tour,
100.
all of which she's been playing this year. She has had a fair bit of success when it comes to the Women's Series this year, but I suppose that's not really a shock. She's already won 5 tournaments in the Women's Series this season alone. And because of that, her appearance at the very first Women's World Match Play at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool is assured. And for someone who is from the northwest of England, that's a big deal.
97.
Ashton is starting pretty well here, leaving 50 after 12. Ashton still has the chance, which no longer remains.
57. Mate, you reckon 50.
Chris for a very good settler. Misses the single though. Does get a shot at double, which he
shot
takes.
The first leg.
That's a lovely first leg from Jackson, who earlier on this morning was spending around 10 minutes practicing on this hockey, just getting used to it. Because like I said, he's not been here before,
Game on.
and he's just getting used to his surroundings a bit. We'll talk a little bit more about Lisa a little bit later in the game and the day and the week. But as far as Matt's concerned, he's been playing some pretty good stuff over the last 12 months. Played a bit of the MAD stuff before it was rebranded to the
55.
ADC, which this week announced their World Open, which will take place later in December.
140.
Could be something that maybe Matt Jackson will eye up as a potential title for later in the year. He's going to have a lot of stiff competition for that.
140.
But you have to be impressed with the pace and the poise of his game so far today. He's come out of the blocks very well. He's finding that 60 with a lot of regularity.
128. Lacey record 164.
You get the feeling that Lisa's going to have to find this.
60. Matt, you record 57.
For a 2-0 lead in no time at all.
17.
Chance for Ashton again.
Lacey require 104.
Got to stay there.
40 scored, yeah.
And boy, is she peppering those wires.
56. Matt, you require 40.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Jackson
second
is
leg.
2-0 up now.
Jackson.
Looking supremely comfortable. It's not easy when you go into that room for the very first time. He's making it look very simple.
So look, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
There have been players with a lot more experience than Matt Jackson who have come into this room thinking, I need a few
100.
games to get settled here. When you look at his average, you think he's already settled.
54.
There's been one thing on my mind this morning when I've been looking at Matt practicing. If you look at his action, no pun intended, that wasn't rehearsed.
125.
Look at the bowed wrist. That was the perfect camera angle there. It's almost like a swan, or a cobra
95.
before he flexes the wrist backwards and then thrusts the dart forward. There is only one player in the history of the game he reminds me of.
140.
And this is the biggest compliment I can pay him. It reminds me of Leighton Rees, the very first world champion from 1978.
180. Least you require 136.
Well, Lisa's got herself 6 darts from 136.
60.
And it is very fair for me to say that this game is quite rapid.
132.
Good darts from Jackson again. And
Least you
Ashton
require
needs this,
76.
otherwise she will be 3-0 down. Finds the 60 this time.
68.
Why is the
Mate, you
fours?
require 40. Game
And
shot
it
the
is
third
3-0.
leg. Matt Jackson.
That's a 13 darter from Matt Jackson, and his average has gone above 102. What a debut performance this is.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I was surveying my social media feed this morning, and there were a couple of people saying, looking forward to seeing
121.
Matt Jackson play today. He's been playing pretty well lately. Maybe I should be following those accounts because they seem to know something
81.
a little bit more than I do. Whoever it was that wrote that, you are right.
83.
Now, before I forget, somebody has been in touch with us on Twitter already this morning saying that
60.
in watching the Payne Osborne match, Kevin's shirt is pretty identifiable.
140.
And Ryan Segal, who has tweeted us a few times in the past, he posed me a question saying, has there ever been any more instantly identifiable
58.
shirts
Mate,
in
you
the
require
sport?
157.
Ryan, you're forgetting about MVG, Simon Whitlock and Dave Chisnell.
80 left, yeah.
I think they have to be languished behind Kevin Painter for now, but we'll get into that later.
97.
As for later for Lisa, she might be looking at the next match pretty soon.
92.
I don't remember
Mate, you
anybody
require
having
60.
a ton plus average on debut. Double top.
Game
And that is
shot
a ton
on the
plus
match.
average.
Matt
What
Jackson.
a performance from Matt Jackson. That is astounding when you think he's never played a competitive match in this room before. 103.66, by far the best average so far today in a winning sense. And his doubling was brilliant as well at 67%. So that's round 1 done. We're going to take a short breather. But when we come back, it's going to be Graham Hall and Kevin Painter, who are both still looking for their first 2 points of the day. Take a bit of a breath after that one and come right back. Hello and welcome back. It's game number 4 of Group A for Tuesday. We haven't had much of a breather since the last one. Well, we might need a few more seconds before we get into match 4, because that match 3 for Matt Jackson was quite astounding for a debut. Match 4 is Graham Hall up against Kevin Painter, and they probably thought they had a few extra minutes before this game started. They've got a few practice starts before we get cracking, but the 54-year-old residing in rugby will have another crack at 2 points right here.
Okay, first leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Graham Hall has now played 9 matches here at the Live League, averaging over 97 for all of those matches.
99.
And has a win percentage of 33%. I can't quite compute that.
140.
In his first game today, he averaged 99.93 and lost 4-1. What is it about him putting in impressive stats and not picking up points? And he's at it again.
180. There
is a pattern emerging already in this group. Quality, quickness, and that's pretty much it. It's exactly what you want from Live League action. Fast,
58.
furious, brilliance. Kevin put up an almighty fight in that first game of the day for him against Osborne.
Great miracle, 164.
But he would admit that he let leg 5 slip, and that was the only mistake he made. He should have been 3-2 up. He wasn't, and then he lost 4-2.
$88.
All Kevin can do can pressurise in this first leg, and he does really well.
Grammy requires 76.
All for the first leg in either 14 or 15. Let's try the 15.
Game shown the
Finds
first
it right
leg.
in the corner.
Graham Hall.
And knowing Kevin as I do, he'll have said to himself, "Oh, you didn't find the middle of the bed. You lucky so-and-so."
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But Kevin did lose his first match with the darts.
42.
Throughout the course of the couple of days that they play in this group, they will have the darts an equal amount of times. There's no bull-up. We don't need to do that until we get to the very final stages of Saturday night.
100.
But when you have the darts, you have to strike.
100.
I will admit, I don't know a great deal about Graham Hall. I've seen his name floating around results sheets for a while.
95.
But it's funny how certain players turn up and play at development to a level.
140.
Then they go missing for a little bit. Maybe get an important job. Maybe have a family. Priorities change. But isn't it weird
61.
how back in 2013, Graham Hall picked up a development to a title
95.
in Wigan, beating Ross Smith in a final by 4-3. Ross Smith has gone on to do very good things within the sport, picking up his first senior title last year. But that same season,
95. Kevin, you reckon 124.
there was a certain Joe Cullen doing very well on the development tour as well. Bullseye for Kevin.
Game
Oh,
shown the
it's beautiful.
second leg.
More
Kevin
quality
Painter.
right here at the Live League for you on Tuesday morning. And that's going to cheer Kevin up, isn't it? That cheers up
I think
every
it's
dart
Graham
player
to
when you
throw
hit a bullseye
first.
in that
Game
kind
on.
of fashion. Everybody at this stage of a year has got something
134.
in their sights. It doesn't matter whether they're retired, like Kevin is from the senior game. I say the senior game, I mean
92.
the elite level. He's eyeing up titles in the seniors. Titles here. Graham Hall looking to maybe pick up titles in the WDF system.
140.
In the words of many people right now, as you see those big averages after 2 legs. The game
60.
beneath the elite has never been more buoyant. Over the last few days, we have seen Jelle Klaassen win the Dutch Open.
99.
If you'd have said to him that he will have won the Dutch Open in 2022,
55.
maybe 6 or 7 years ago, he will have said,
Graham require
that
128.
doesn't make sense.
55.
It's not too bad. It could have been a lot worse than that for Graham, but he will come back for 73. And mentioning Jelle Klaassen actually is a good segue because we have Matt Jackson here today.
94. Graham requires
The reason
73.
he's here is because Christian Kist could not be here. The Dutchman was slated to be in this field.
Game shot on the third.
Graham Hall was always going to be
Graham
here.
Hall.
And he's finding a lot of accuracy so far today, taking a 2-1 lead. And Kevin has got problems once again.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Christian Kist was originally part of this group, the 2012 Lakeside champion. As we look to find a few more
180.
international players and players from around the UK for your entertainment, but Christian was not able to travel. So Matt stepped up to the plate, and he has done so quite remarkably.
140.
What a great game this is. Maintaining those ton-plus averages
80.
and showing the hunger that these guys have for playing the live league. Which at the start of the pandemic was a project that I was involved in at the very
140.
beginning. And we were thinking, we just want something to do during this horrendous time. How can we possibly
97.
entertain the darting public? Look what it's become. A mainstay for players. The best practicing ground for these non-tour card holders. Look what some of them have gone on to do.
60. Kevin require 144.
Stay there. Just ran out of room.
88. Graham require 161.
This would hurt. But it's not going to happen. Graham Hall's biggest finish so far in this room is a 146.
41.
Kevin's is a
Kevin require
158,
56.
which he's hit this season. What he needs is 5.6.
16. Graham require
Now if Hall takes
120.
the Shanghai, Painter will be feeling painful. I smell trouble. Oh,
80.
the wire was bent.
Kevin, you require
And Painter's
40.
looking to be coming back for 2-2. Should hit this. How
No
has
score.
that not gone in? Well, well, well.
Graham, you require 40.
I am befuddled as to how that did not collide with the dart and go into the top bed. 5.5.
30.
The wire is bent, this time on 5s for Hall.
Kevin, you require 40.
We're taking a break from brilliance and we're instilling a little bit of drama here. 10. It's there.
Game shot on the fourth
It's
leg.
2-2
Kevin
by
Painter.
hook or by crook. We've got a tied game after 4 legs. I have no idea where this game's going from here.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Let's go a little bit further back in time and talk about Graham Hall's one PDC win at Development Tour level.
180.
His second of the contest. He beat Ross Smith in the final, Jan Dekker in the semi-final.
140.
He beat a couple of players that I know in the earlier stages, the likes of Brandon Walsh and Brandon Monk.
140.
And that, of course, was the early part of the development tour, the baby of Rod Harrington at the PDC, who wanted to give the younger players a more competitive environment on a regular basis. Look what it's done. It's given us Dimitri van den Berg. It's given us Luke Humphries. It's given us Joe Cullen, Michael van Gerwen. They were both in the Premier League final less than 24 hours ago.
85.
Who's to say that Graham Hall's not going to go on and do great things over the next couple of years?
140.
He's already done great things
96.
and has a legacy which isn't quite finished yet. Double 18. Best leg of the day so far is an 11 darter, and it comes from the man from the Redditch area. That is a statement to the rest of the field.
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 150.
Kevin has raised his level from his first game of the day by about 3%. In darting terms, that's a very, very good effort. But Graham Hall
140
is maintaining a standard today that is possible of winning this group and potentially the week. If he can have consistency this week, he's going to be a thorn in everybody's side. Average just shy of 100 in his first game. Here he's at 102.
100.
Sublime from Payne.
180.
He gets his second maximum. Not going out without a fight. Hates that dart, does Graham. What a shot that is. He should stay there now, really, and try and nestle it in the flights.
131.
But he still gets a second treble. This guy's got quality. But he might be closed out on tops.
66.
Oh, he's just missed north again. So this is a match-winning shot.
130.
And if he hits this, he will beat that average of Matt Jackson in the previous game. But you've got to get the single 20 on that second dart. That is a big mistake.
118.
Kevin must not falter here. Double 10 comes up trumps for the second time in this game, and we are going the distance in a match that we wish was longer than best of 7 legs.
7th and final leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Unfortunately, this is a one-leg shootout, and this game cannot go past this leg, but we've got plenty more where this came from.
90.
Will it be Painter who feels the pain? Or will it be Hall again playing well and not getting the points?
100.
When you're playing on Tuesday morning, you're thinking it could be a very long week. If you don't win Group A, you could well be playing for the next 5 days straight. That's going to be taxing for some of these players.
140.
If in doubt, win Group A, have 2 days off and play in the finals. Some players like to play every day. They like the constant
59.
pressure. Some players would rather win the group and have those 2 days off and be fresh for Saturday night.
55.
Chance for Hall to get the lead. He has it for now. But for how long? Not long.
85.
Ooh, but that last dart was a bit shouldery.
167.
He was thinking, I want to be under 100. He might be closed out with a beauty here. And it's a mark of how good this game has been.
Giving you a score 121.
That we are at the point of the end of the match, and nobody's had a match dart. Who's going to get the first?
Graham,
it should now be Graham Hall. He gets 2.
Game
and
shot
that
on the
second
match.
One was
Graham
monstrous. Hall. He gets the points, and Painter, for the second game in succession early on Tuesday, plays really well but does not come up with 2 points. 100.05 is a brilliant performance from Graham Hall. Painter lifted his average by 5 from his first game, but it still isn't good enough. Great performances, great matches, and we're about to close off the first third of our action with our next match, which is Matt Jackson against Josh Payne. And based on the way they've played today, this could be a belter. It happens in a couple of minutes. Good morning once again, and if you're just joining us for live league action this morning, where have you been? Do you know what you've missed? Great action so far in the first 4 matches, so match 5 to bring out a close to the first third of the action. It could be brilliant as the maximum takes on the action. As far as debuts go, it doesn't come any better than what the action did in his first game. But the man nicknamed The Maximum, the man who holds the record for the most maximums in an individual match here, is looking to get a second batch of points.
Game on.
Payne was very impressive in beating Graham Hall, and that win of 4 legs to 1 has been made to look even better because of Graham Hall's very recent win against Kevin Painter, where he put in his own 3-figure average. I can't remember, and I've been working here at the Live League for the last 3 years, pretty much. I don't remember a better start to a Group A on a Tuesday. And the lineup did promise something.
134.
I just get the feeling that over the next couple of days, we might see an average very similar to what we saw from Robert Owen on Saturday night.
86.
Something in the 110s. In fact, there's only one player in this group who has previously found the 110s.
140.
And it's this guy. And it wasn't an isolated incident either. He's done it twice.
95.
Josh losing his tour card at the end of last year was not really a shock. He didn't find a great deal of form in 2021.
60.
He had a lot of stuff going on personally, which really was more of a priority than darts.
140.
But 2022, he has refocused himself and looks really good.
25. Matt, you require 100.
Chance for Jackson to take leg 1. Double 10.
80.
You heard the clip of the wire. It was
require
audible.
97.
Unfortunately for Matt, it was on the wrong side. Conventional thinking from Josh there. Not going for the double 19 for tops. 5s. And
10.
not in.
Joshua require 59.
This is a real bonus for Josh. He was thinking, there's no way I'm going to break this guy in 7 visits.
Game
But
show on the first leg. Josh
Payne. It
Payne.
doesn't matter whether your average is 103 or 73, as long as you get the leg, and he has taken leg 1.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Now, if you look at the biceps of Josh Payne, you might think he's a big guy
84.
for the gym. He's got big shoulders. In fact, in my opinion, he doesn't look as big as he used to. I've spent a bit of time with Josh.
60.
We've practiced together for World Championships and other tournaments. We haven't lived that far away from each other for a period of time. And the main reason he's so big in the upper body department is because he's been lugging tyres most of his adult life. Imagine throwing those things around for a living.
140.
If you were to have a contest of dart players flipping those tyres like they do in the strongmen contests,
100.
Josh Payne would be one of the best at it.
$94.
But someone's body shape should not define them as a dart player. Josh Payne is largely forgotten as a multiple Players' Championship winner. He's won 2. Beating James Wade in a final. And Peter Wright in a final. Not many people can say that.
100.
He has always been a very good technician and a very good workhorse as well. Doesn't shy away from a practice session.
Mate, you reckon 107.
Matt can't shy away from this 107, otherwise he's in big bother.
55.
And the pace of
Just
some of
record
these games
39.
today, you think it's possible that someone can get rolled really, really quickly. 88.
31. Matt, you record 52.
Is Jackson going to return in kind on tops?
Game
He
shot
does
the
find the
second
mark.
leg.
And
Matt
what should have
Jackson.
been 2 legs to 0 to Josh Payne is now 1-1. But over the course of this match, I think it's a fair result so far.
So look, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
5 misses at double for Matt. And a couple of really costly misses there for Josh
41.
in leg 2.
93.
One of the other things that Josh has had happen in the last 12 months as well is a change of equipment. He was with a certain company for many years.
100.
Changed over to a different brand. And it seems to me like this new barrel that he has
134.
has given him a balance that he didn't have with his previous equipment. Whether it's something he purposefully found or
96.
maybe discovered by accident, you'd have to ask him. But through his career, he has struggled to keep those darts straight in the board.
94.
But right now, he seems to have a comfort level with this equipment that I've never seen before. And that can only be a good thing.
94.
Nice leave there from Matt. Good thinking of using the 18s to take the 4 off the end. Josh does brilliantly there
140. Matt, you
to
record
negotiate those 2
170.
flights in the way of the single 20. And he gets a guaranteed shot for tops.
134.
Good game.
Josh record 40.
The averages don't reflect it. Double 10.
20.
And the lead could be Jackson's.
Matt, you record 36.
Double 9.
18.
This game has been
Josh record
all about
20.
costly misses at double. Double 5.
Game shot in the third leg.
That's costly,
Josh Payne.
but only for Matt Jackson. This result so far is 2-1 to Josh Payne, but it could be anything at this point.
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
It could be 3-0 Jackson. It could be 3-0 Payne. 2-1 either way.
97.
And the costly misses have given us a bit of a dramatic match, of which I'm not going to call yet,
45.
even with all of my experience. 8 misses at double for Jackson. 7 for Payne. That's why their averages are so low. Maybe we're just taking a small time out from these big stats that we've had in the first 4 matches. Matt Jackson has chosen not to play Challenge Tour this year, which is an interesting call. But everybody has their own motives.
Just record
They have their own
124.
routes to success. The route to success here for Payne is not to take the 1-2-4 immediately,
89.
but to negotiate it in 6 darts. Now, that missed single just makes it a bit more tricky.
180. Just
That
record
first maximum of the
35.
match coming from MJ. But it
Game shot in the
means
fourth
nothing
leg.
as the
Josh
3-1
Payne.
lead is taken, and for the first time in this match, you see someone dominating a leg and taking it immediately.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I can't believe I just called Matt Jackson MJ.
100.
It's probably because I call Josh Payne JP, but he's not the only JP in the sport, of course. Justin Pipe, who's decided to take some time away from the game,
121.
and John Part, of course, maybe the greatest JP. The averages have improved,
140.
courtesy of the last couple of legs. They were down towards the low 80s and the high 70s a little bit earlier on. But that was a temporary blip.
96.
Great
85.
last start. Just to keep that cushion intact for now. That's a forceful 140. You'd expect nothing less from someone with those guns on his right and left
100. Joshua Rickaway, 140.
to win the match. Not going to be there, and Matt Jackson will need this 76.
44.
You feel?
Matt, you require 76.
Surely the 11 now. For the bull.
51.
Chance for Payne to end
Joshua
this
require 100.
and to go top of the table, to be the first person to 4 points. I think he did the right thing there.
60.
The
Matt,
line
you
at
require
60 was so
25.
good, but he just underpitched it. Double two.
21.
That's going to be costly.
Joshua
You
require
don't
40.
see Josh missing this.
Game
doesn't
shot
miss.
on the match.
It's 4-1
Josh Payne.
for the second time today. Josh Payne with a very healthy leg difference and 2 wins in the bank. An 87 average. You might think that that's an under par performance, but based on where he was earlier in that game, that's a really good display. We have one more match to finish out round 2 already, as today is absolutely motoring along. And Colin Osborne is going to take on 4-time Ladies World Champion Lisa Ashton after the break. bad day so far, as Darts Live League is giving us some great action here on Tuesday morning. As for the rest of the day, you'll just have to wait and find out, because Osborne now plays his second match up against the Lancashire Rose. Aussie not qualifying for the seniors yet. He's a few years short of the mark of 50. But Lisa Ashton is over that mark and still playing
like it's Colin to throw
world-class
first.
ladies darts.
Game on.
She's a history maker. She's still a brilliant player. And her story is very far from written.
180.
What a start.
140.
Just following in the same vein as what we've seen already today. Fast, furious, accurate action. I've had a really interesting tweet this morning from somebody asking about how the players are selected for the Live League.
100.
It's an interesting point because over the last couple of years, what we've been forced to do is select players from the United Kingdom because of COVID restrictions.
100.
We are now widening that net. Remember at the end of last year when we had Matt Campbell and Jose Justicia?
60.
And we had
Colin
Brian
Osborne,
Roman
121.
from Belgium. That's what we're trying to do. I'm going to embellish on that point in the next leg.
81.
Tops, and that's bad news for Ashton. All part of the new game plan of Osborne during his rebuild.
177.
What an approach for pressure.
We're going 40.
Just to the right of that one.
30.
And Ashton's pressure tells.
At least you require 24. 12.
Can't find her first double of the day.
Colin, you require 10.
But then again, it's her only second visit for double so far today.
Game
Double
shown the
five is
first
found
leg.
for Osborne for a 1-0
Colin
lead.
Osborne.
And he survives a minor scare at the start of this 6th match of the day.
Second against Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Yes, talking about players from different parts of the UK and Ireland, of course, because we have had some
100.
Irish representation from the likes of Niall Culleton, Conor Heenahan, Martin Heenahan. But these lineups are
43.
sorted well in advance because in the current climate of amateur darts, they have to be. Some of these very well-known players that people want to watch, they have to be booked months in advance because they know exactly what they're doing for the rest of the year. We are constantly looking for new talents to showcase. And we want to see players from the north of England, the south of England, the
60.
Midlands, Scotland, Wales, Ireland and beyond. And I've already mentioned today that we were supposed to have former world champion Christian Kist here. He just wasn't able to get here to fulfill his commitment. As a result, we had to get Matt Jackson in, who was next on the list and was able to play.
100. $30. Least you require
Now, Lisa,
156.
can you find a 156 for your first leg of the day? Maybe. It's in. Oh, that one was almost as well. That would have been her second biggest finish here at the Live League this year. Her best being a 160. It's ultimate pressure this time from Osborne.
180. Least you require 36. Game shown the second leg.
Because Lisa does get her first leg of the day, and it doesn't matter what kind of experience levels you have. Getting your first leg like that, it will be a bit of a relief.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I've had the privilege to commentate on the likes of Fallon Sherrick, Corinne Hammond, and some other females here at
100.
the Live League, and in some other settings as well. I remember a few years ago when I was covering one of Lisa Ashton's Lakeside wins,
125.
and I mounted my soapbox and said that the British Darts Organisation were not doing enough for the ladies' game. They were not giving them enough money.
62.
They were not getting the right reward for their travels, their efforts. Finally, they are
60.
starting, and I emphasise the starting, to get the rewards that they deserve. Women's Series action with good rewards. A World Championship in the WDF where the winner gets 25,000 now. That's much improved. And when you look at what's happening in the world of golf right now,
100.
where Lynn Grant of Sweden has won a mixed event on the DP World Tour, that has to be inspirational for the ladies dart players, who have got to think that they're closer than ever before to winning in this kind of setting and beyond.
41.
Did Lisa make a mistake there? The 25 was the play. And if Osborne fixes 178 and 6 darts, Ashton knows that she made an error. And I think
100.
in the last few seconds she might have realised what she did. If in doubt, pressurise his 78
99.
and hope you get a shot at 76.
Well, requires 78.
Tops for Osborne.
38.
And she does get a chance for the lead.
Lacey requires 76.
So that tactical error hasn't cost her.
Game shot on the
because
third
she's taking the leg.
Lisa
And
Ashton.
she's starting to warm up on the outer ring as well. That's one of the reasons why she's won what she's won.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
She's
Game
always been an excellent scorer. Maybe not the best lady scorer of all time, but her finishing and approach
85.
work has been better than anyone. I
95.
somewhat flippantly asked Lisa this morning, how was the Netherlands over the weekend? Because she was at the Dutch Open.
60.
I don't think she wanted to talk about it. She lost in the 4th round of the ladies' tournament to Laura Turner by 4 legs to 2.
90.
That's about as much information as I have on that one. I know there were a lot of people who were happy to see Lisa back in big
95.
WDF events like that. But ultimately it was the ladies world champion Bo Greaves who took that title over Rhiannon O'Sullivan in the final by 5 legs to 1. And many congratulations to Bo.
85.
We could be saying congratulations to Lisa in the next 5 minutes if she
121.
keeps scoring the way she is. She's lifted her level from her first game where she averaged 87. This is so far 92 and a half. Causing Osborne
100.
problems.
Lacey require 140.
Straight ton
100.
leaves
Colin, you
tops.
require 131.
131, one of the hardest finishes in this range. Proves to be too hard.
91. Lacey require 40.
First crack at tops belongs to Lisa.
Game
And she
shot on the
finds the
fourth
double
leg.
5.
Lisa Ashton.
That could have got pretty sticky if she'd have missed that final double, but it's 3-1 Ashton and very much the favourite from here.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And what we're going to have at the conclusion of this 6th game, potentially, if Lisa Ashton gets one more leg, as you can see, the averages are pretty
80.
close. 180s for sure and doubles for door. That sums up this game. But if Ashton does win, we will have 4 players on 2 points, 1 player on 4 points in Josh Payne, and only Kevin Painter without 60. A win so far. And Ashton winning this game is good for Painter, because it means he's only 1 win behind the majority of the players in this group.
45.
Ashton's the only person in this group who has won 5 times this year.
100.
In tournament form. She's beaten the likes of Katie Sheldon of Ireland in Women's Series 8. Laura
60.
Turner, who I mentioned, beat her in the Netherlands over the weekend. She's beaten Fallon Sherrick. Robin Byrne of Ireland. And Rhianne Griffiths. So
100.
She's beaten many a foe in finals this season so far. And she's had some really good displays as well.
95. Colin, you reckon 161.
She's averaging 3 figures in the women's series, but there's been a lot of consistency in there. Excellent ton from Osborne. Whether going for that 60 was the right play, I will leave to you guys, but
100.
The gamble has paid off.
Colin, you reckon
This gives him a
61.
slightly easier out than the 96 he could have left had he gone for the centre of the board. Double top to erase that gap.
21.
Just the 1, but he will come back.
At least you require 160.
I say maybe because Ashton has hit this in this room before. She might hit it again.
100. Colin, you require 40.
Can't miss this time. It's the old fishing rod. Reel yourself back in, Colin. There's still a fish in the water.
$30.
That could be that.
Lisa requires 60.
Finishing has been very good from Lisa. Double top.
40.
But too much shots on
Colin, you require 10.
And they could be very costly. Osborne not finding the mark on the outer ring.
Game
until
shown
now,
the 5th leg.
Saves
Colin
his
Osborne.
skin. Now there's a phrase that gets used too often, but saving his skin is perfect for that spot right there. It's 3-2.
6th leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I'll say that the Ashton finishing has been good. After a few misses early in this match,
100.
it's been good since then, apart from the match darts missed in leg 5. Osborne's not going to be happy with less than 20%.
43.
And I would like to say that this group is a marathon, not a sprint. It's neither.
55.
It's like a middle distance race. In the early portions of the Live League in 2020, we used to play 6 straight days. We played Monday to Saturday. And there was a league format daily and a weekly table as well. It was a marathon.
80.
10 matches over 2 days. I would say it's the equivalent of a 3,000 metre steeplechase.
46.
It doesn't matter what sport I was to liken it to. Colin Osborne would probably be good at it.
46.
He's one of those annoying people that seems to be good at everything. I heard a rumour once that he was a very good golfer, but
96.
I never actually played golf with him.
$60.
Seems like golf is going through the same sort of turmoil that darts did back in the early 90s. The only turmoil so far in the Online Darts Live League today
60.
is for Painter.
At least
He's
you
the only one who
require
hasn't got any points.
160.
Still plenty of time to go.
60.
Ashton not as close
Colin,
to
you
the
require
160 as she was in the previous
156.
leg. Osborne for another skin saver. Oh, look at this.
120.
That is a spectacular effort.
At least you require 100.
Can she make him pay? Went for the two tops.
60.
Only gets the one of them.
Colin, you require 36.
We should be going the distance for the second time today. That is a horrible guide.
Game show.
Oh, what do I know?
Colin Osborne.
Absolutely in my face. Here's me thinking with the flat trajectory of his barrels that was going to be sitting right in his path. I was so wrong.
7th and final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
No hesitancy at all in going for that shot as well. And after 2 match darts missed to win by 4 legs to 1, Ashton is now in a bit of bother.
One
I'm
100.
pretty sure that Team Ashton will be watching on. Of many there are. Her 2 daughters, Danielle and Lindsay.
82.
A lot of
100.
people have asked me, what would the live league be like with an audience? Can you imagine what it would be like? We've played in this somewhat sterile environment for 18 months now. We've all
93.
gotten used to it. But can you imagine what the live league would be like if we had fans?
60.
I think Colin likes this environment. When he won the Championship League of Darts back in 2009,
100.
he was the king of the quiet room, beating Phil Taylor in the final at a point where Phil Taylor was pretty much bulletproof.
100.
You'd have to say that's the biggest win of his career. Scary to think it was 13 years ago.
100. At least you require
Osborne is very close
141.
to a match start himself. But can Ashton deny him it? On double 12!
129.
Oh, that's now 3 match starts
Well, then you
missed
require 88.
in 2 different legs. Osborne doesn't get a shot for the match. He looks puzzled.
32.
He's cost himself
At least you require
a
12.
chance of 2 points by missing a single. And Ashton
Game
takes
shot
the
on the
points
match.
on her
Lisa
4th match
Ashton.
dart. 3 different visits she had to get the points, and it's lucky number 3. It wasn't the greatest game of the day, but it was one of the most dramatic, I can tell you that. The doubling in the end was better from Ashton, and she finally gets her first 2 points of the day. 6 matches down, we got plenty more to go with 3 rounds for all matches to be played in. We're going to take a short breather, and when we come back, round 3 will begin with Graham Hall against Matt Jackson just a couple of minutes away. We now turn our attention to the middle portion of today's schedule with round number 3 of our matches. And we're going to start with Graham Hall up against Matt Jackson as they are looking for 4 points from a possible 6. There is our first look at the table. And Josh Payne is Mr. Perfect so far with 2 4-1 victories. But Hall and Jackson in the middle of the table, picking up 1 win from a possible 2. Good news for Painter is that everything has bunched up. So if he can find a couple of wins from the next
First leg, it's
3
Graham to throw
matches,
first.
he will definitely
Game on.
not be out of the running. We'll see him next against Lisa Ashton. But before we get there, let's find out what Graham and Matt can provide.
60.
There's plenty of opportunity to talk about lots of different subjects this week, whilst these matches are going on.
70.
But I always find it quite amusing that Matt's nickname is the Action, when, in fact, if you aren't a fan of animated comedy,
39.
you may not get this joke. But there is a non-recurring character in Family Guy called Deirdre Jackson.
125.
She was a boxer. And she was called the Action as well. I don't know who got it first, but the action with Jackson today has been rather good.
44.
Might have lost to Josh Payne in match 5, but his debut match against Ashton was spectacular.
133.
I'm reliably informed that Graham is called G-Man. Obviously, it's something to do with G being the first
59.
letter of his name and just man on the end. I quite like it. It's along the same lines as G-Mac, which, of course, is the nickname of Graham McDowell, the 2010
48.
US Open champion in golf. But it rhymes with He-Man, and we may have to crack a few He-Man jokes throughout the week. Sorry, Graham.
60. Make your record 125.
There's the 25. There's 60 more.
85.
And that was almost a picture-perfect 1-2-5 out.
$43. Mate, you record 40.
For the first leg and a break as well. Double 10.
32.
I think he's made a really good call there. He had 3 options. 1, go for double 5. 2, bust the lot and go back to tops. Or number 3, hit the single 2 and leave double 4.
95. Mate, you record 8.
I like what he did. It showed
Game shot on the first leg.
courage of his
Matt
conviction.
Jackson.
And there is the conviction by taking the first leg. He deserved it. He scored so much better than his opponent.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what it is about dart players and beards right now.
140.
I'm not exactly an advert for Harry's shaving cream myself today, but dart players just love a bit of facial hair at the minute, don't they?
140.
Especially this that Matt Jackson has. It's approaching Michael Smith country.
96.
The kind of beard that needs a bit of a comb in the morning. Not the kind of beard that Simon Whitlock has,
100.
which needs a rake. I mean that in all seriousness, no, but in jest,
95.
yes. It's going to be a big week for Simon Whitlock as he goes into the World Cup with Damon Heta. That takes place later this week.
85.
More
Mate,
darts
you
this
record
week that you can poke a
170.
stick at. Incredible stuff if you're a dart fan. It's been the same all year. PDC, WDF,
74.
ADC, seniors. No matter where you look, there's something on offer. And isn't it great? Single 16 keeps pressure.
136. Mate, you require 96.
Hello.
Game shown the second
And
leg.
goodbye.
Matt Jackson.
2-0 Matt Jackson, and he seems to have rediscovered what he was doing in his first match of the day. That is deadly doubling.
Then it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
It does have to be said, though, that Hall has taken his foot off the pedal a little bit.
100.
He's averaging nearly exactly 100 for the day before this match. In fact, it's 100.01. And coming into this third match, he's down by about 20 points. That's a big, big drop.
$93. 83.
That's exactly what Graham needs to find. Trying to attack those flights.
180.
Just like that. It's amazing with certain players that they need that first dart to be good in order for the rest of the visit to be good.
58. Graham, you require 128.
A lot of amateur players might have gone for the 18s first there, but Graham's showing a bit of experience in using the 20s to approach. That was the right thing to do right there.
26.
I think Matt Jackson is
Graham, you require
waving
40.
the white flag in leg 3. 2 10s for Graham. Now what does he do with 10 left?
Game
He
shown the
decides
third
to go
leg.
for it.
Graham,
and no matter
Holt.
what the option for 10 left in one dart and the other person not in a finish, it seems to be working.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
What we've got here
140.
are 2 different styles that, in my opinion, look rather old school. We're seeing
135.
the best clutch of techniques that I think we've ever seen in the sport. Thanks to good
135.
coaching, great academies, and people copying some of the great technique players of the last 10 to 15 years, the likes of Anderson and then VG.
100.
But 2 old school throwers here. It's quite nice to see
140.
slightly different technique now and again. And what you have are equipment setups which are quite old school as well. There's a lot of players at the minute who are going for moulded flights and getting things personalised.
78.
These darts that Graham's
Mate,
throwing
you're
wouldn't have been out of
86.
place in the mid-90s. These ones wouldn't have been out of place in the late 70s. Look at these bulbous things.
46.
Just goes to show, it doesn't matter what your dart looks like. It's about how it feels and how it performs.
That's
you're supposed to perform.
Mate, you require 40.
Great pressure on this tops.
Game shown the fourth leg.
But you wouldn't think it,
Matt
because
Jackson.
Matt Jackson is now 3 legs to 1 ahead. And you blink, and you're going to miss plenty in this one.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
He's raised his average by a good 12 points
100.
in the last leg and a half. And he's still 3-1 down.
134.
It's gone from being a scrappy match to a very good one. A 2-leg spell
82.
of really good stuff. And you'd have to say at this level, this is what you would expect.
97.
And I have to bring something up that I was researching this morning. I was intrigued to see what the overall average was for all games throughout the Live League in the last 18 months
93.
compared to this year. Well, in fact, the standard has been raised.
120.
Man, unfortunately, gets a dart on the floor. Big collision with his own dart there. The standard has been raised by 1.19% in the average. That's testament to the standard of the players.
180. Mate, you're 150.
And the doubles percentages are up by 0.3 of a percentage point as well.
90. Grammy record 46.
To stay within touching distance, double 10 is needed.
36.
It's nudged.
Mate, your record 60.
Jackson for a second win of the day. He's done well.
Shot on the
He's
match.
done really well.
Matt
Breaking
Jackson.
the throw in the last leg of the contest and giving more anguish to Graham Hall, who was continually playing well, but only finding 2 points from a possible 6. 93.84, the better average of the two, but it is 50% on the checkouts for Matt Jackson, which gets him across the line, and he is very much a contender in this very strong group. Kevin Painter and Lisa Ashton will come back for their third match right after this. were looking at our schedule this morning, maybe some matches will have caught your eye, and maybe it was this one, with Kevin Painter now taking on Lisa Ashton. And Kevin hasn't picked up a victory today so far, but if he was to find it here, he'd be very much back in it, thanks to the fact that this table is very bunched up.
So feels like it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And on this occasion, he has the darts.
85.
I think Lisa will feel quite relieved that she got over the line
95.
against Colin Osborne in match 6. That was the kind of match
57.
that makes you lose sleep at night if you lose it. You don't want to lose a match where you have multiple visits
60.
to win the match in different legs. I know what I'm talking about.
58.
Kevin is peppering the wires, and he's had so many shots at double so far today that have been casting a shadow over his segments that he wants to find.
100.
He is throwing beautifully, but is finding a lot
93.
of those targets quite elusive. His first game against Osborne was a great game. Unfortunately, the fifth leg of that contest was very costly.
55.
And then losing 4-3 to Graham Hall. He played better in that game,
56.
but Hall was excellent, posting the second ton plus average of the day.
57. Giving you a 152.
No such joy in the 152. And as far as
60.
the 134 is concerned,
These require
many people like to go
134.
54 first here. Treble 18, is it? Not for the traditional Lancashire Rose.
58. Giving you a 192.
Speaking of traditional, most people do go for the treble 20 on the 92,
52.
but
Lisa requires
Ashton's
76.
got good memories of 76. She took it out in a previous match. Ooh, double 12.
52.
Didn't expect to be going for
Giving you
double 12 in
required
that
40.
visit.
Game shot on the
Painter
first leg.
expected to go for
Kevin
tops,
Painter.
and he won't be happy with 22 darts for that leg, but he will be happy that he is 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I don't have a record of these two
100.
ever playing against each other. They haven't rubbed shoulders in the same circles. When Lisa got her tour
100.
card, Kevin had already left the tour.
41. 58.
I do remember Kevin quite a few years ago, though, around the turn of the century, where he was on an exhibition circuit with Trina Gulliver.
60.
So he's a good person to speak to about the evolution of the ladies' game. He's seen a lot happen in the last 25 years with the ladies' game.
85.
But it is the like of Trina Gulliver and Ashton and Sherrick and many others who have brought
140.
it to this point. It is now up to the next generation of ladies players to take it even further.
140. Lisa require 160.
This is a third crack at this finish today.
80 scored. 100. Kevin, you require 118.
She hasn't taken one of them yet. Does Payne to get the 118? Double 19.
Game shot on the second leg.
Molto
Kevin
bueno,
Painter.
Senor Painter. That was a bit of a perler. And he does like a double 19 because his biggest finish in the live league
Gonna get Kevin to
is
throw first.
158,
Game on.
which he got on double 19. I
60.
said molto bueno because he spent a bit of time in what he calls the reef recently.
140.
Anybody would think he was from the only way is Essex. Well, he is from Essex. But us
60.
traditional types, we call it Tenerife, Kevin. We aren't all as cool as you calling it the reef. Well, I hope you had a lovely time, but it's back to work now.
43.
You just wonder if the senior circuit has given him new lease of life.
180.
The first two big titles in World Seniors have been taken by Robert Thornton and Dave Cameron.
58.
Robert Thornton is in Champions Week for Phase 4. He came third in last week's action.
100.
Kevin would love to join him the week after the World Senior Match Play.
83. Kevin, you require 101.
Double 12 for 3-0.
Game shot in the
This
third leg.
is lethal
Kevin Painter.
from Painter. A 101 after a 118. And this is where he's been making his money for the last 30 years. Clinical
It's
stuff
Lisa
like
to throw
that.
first. Game on.
Doubles have cost him earlier in the day,
45.
but not today. He's 100%, 3 from 3. And it's a very decent average of 86.
96.
Yeah, just to embellish on what I said in the last leg.
60.
Senior match play in Hull takes place the first weekend of July. On the Tuesday
60.
after that tournament, it's Champions Week here. Can you imagine if Painter was to win that and then bring the trophy here for a crack at winning a phase? That would be a rather fruitful week. It's easy for me to say that he'll be
135.
there. He has not made a Champions Week yet.
100.
Lisa has. She came second in a weekly finals not that long ago
100.
She was runner-up to Colin Osborne.
56.
in week 4 of phase 1. So she knows she can do it.
42. Kevin, you require
She might have to go
110.
through Osborne once again. Painter's looking to finish this job. I think he had the right plan in mind for treble 20 double 15.
78.
Just didn't pay off.
At least you require 114.
This is a must hit.
98.
Painter on the cusp
Kevin, you require
of his
32.
first points and repairing his leg difference as well. That's what
Game
he's
shot
done.
and the match.
That's a great performance.
Kevin Painter.
Very steady indeed. Lisa didn't find her range enough in that match, it has to be said, with a 78.5 average. But Painter, really good in approaches, finishing, exemplary. A+ for Kevin, 80%. And that was visit perfect as well. No visit was without success in that match. That's the middle match done, so 8 matches are down. We've got 7 more for you to go. And as we finish up round number 3, it's going to be Osborne against Josh Payne, who still hasn't tasted defeat for Tuesday yet. That's coming right up. Things are getting very, very tight in this Group A table, even at this early stage. But it's only a 2-day group, remember. It's not a 3-day group. So let's have a look at that table as we've reached the halfway point of Tuesday. It couldn't really be any closer at this point. And as we close out round number 3, Osborne and Payne will now do battle in a best of 7-leg match. And if Osborne finds the win, this group couldn't be any closer. It would be 3 players on 4 and 3 players on 2. But Josh Payne could scupper that if he finds a 3rd consecutive win.
Hey, first leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
And speaking of close, these guys have met each other 7 previous times in the Live League. All of which have happened this year.
134.
Josh has won 4, Osborne's won 3. Expect week 2 of phase 4
45.
to be very closely fought in every single group. Which leads me on to the fact that we have other players coming later in the week. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself. But whoever wins this group will graduate to Saturday night, of course. Positions 2
60.
and 3 in this group at the end of tomorrow's session will graduate to Group B, which will be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
96.
And that will be a 5-player group where 3 players will graduate to the finals. Group B will consist of Matt Dennant, Daryl Pilgrim,
95.
and Lee Cox. And the 2nd and 3rd place players from Group A. Now, if you do find yourself in the bottom half of this table come tomorrow, you will stay in the time slot of 9:30 a.m. to start on Thursday and Friday. And those players will be joined by Ryan Finesse. Conan Whitehead makes his return to the Live League. And Dave Pallett comes back for more.
Joshua Quant 35.
Double 16.
3.
Josh will have to
Colin
survive
161.
a minor scare here, potentially. The scare is getting bigger. The scare is deflected.
74. Joshua Quant
Josh
32.
comes back for double 16, which has posed some problems for him in his career.
Game
But
shot on the
not
first
on
leg.
this occasion.
Josh Payne.
He seems impervious when it comes to playing in the Live League arena because yet again he's taken the lead.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I say impervious because when he came here in phase 1, week 1, at the start of the year,
134.
everybody thought, there's a fine player to have at the Live League. Someone who has won at the top level. Someone who has been
93.
in the final of a World Youth Championship. When he comes here, he wins the week.
58.
That's as simple as I can put it. He's been here 4 weeks. In qualifying for a Champions Week,
140.
he always gets there, and he always wins that week. He's done it twice. But he is yet to win a Champions Week.
164.
That deserves a round of applause. Just as good from Payne.
133. Colin, you require 145.
A lot of good mathematics being shown right there from both players. That was a really costly single 2 there.
29.
He was looking to trim
135.
the 45 off the end to try and leave tops. It didn't work out.
70.
And Payne
Colin,
is
you
the
require
one who gets
160.
under 100 first. Osborne can fix it.
Game
And
shown the
does so in
second leg.
style.
Colin
This
Osborne.
has got potential, this game, because some of their previous meetings have been really tightly fought. And I think the
They'll against
pace
Josh to throw
of their
first.
own play suits the other guy as well. Now, Josh can maintain this kind of standard all day
140.
long. And if you look at his live league career, which admittedly has only been this year,
140.
it makes for very impressive reading. He's played 74 matches. He's won 44 of them for a win percentage very close to 60%, which for me is the A grade of win percentages for people who have played quite a few weeks. His running average is above 91.
40.
There aren't many things that Josh hasn't done in this room so far.
100.
If you were to put a big slab of paper on the wall and he was trying to tick off certain achievements, most of them he's done. The only things left
180.
are things like a 9-darter, a phase win. He's done everything else. Oh, and he doesn't have the highest average.
100.
But then nobody's beaten Jason Askew's 118 from the first week of last year.
$65. Josh
And
require
Josh Payne rediscover the
180.
lead at 2-1 with a finish that was found by Painter in the previous match.
Game shown the
does,
third leg.
But a different
Josh
route.
Payne.
Painter got it on double 19. Payne gets it on tops.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Josh is coming into these challenges thinking that he is not going to be beaten.
140.
He's a confident lad, always has been. And when I was on my way to the studio this
39.
morning, I actually ran into these two guys. They were walking together. It was all friendly back then, but you have to put friendship aside when competition's in the way. Osborne, with the second 180 of the match, brings his average above 103.
100.
This is just a very good game. Of their 7 meetings, there have been a couple of games that have gone the distance.
60.
Payne has won one of them. Osborne won the other.
$134.
Lovely switching, but
121.
it should be to no avail. Single 10. Leaves himself on
81.
tops. And perfectly thought out.
$135.
He's gonna have to hit it.
And you require 40.
Payne is just lingering in leg 4. Could that be awkward?
No score.
It was.
Josh require
Now
93.
what does Josh do? Safety net or gamble? Gamble pays off.
75.
Doesn't cash in.
Colin, you require 40.
Does Osborne dodge a bullet? Got to go left side now.
Game shown the
Oh,
fourth
how
leg.
did that go in there?
Colin Osborne.
You saw a little bit of footage at the end of that last leg where Colin was retrieving the darts, and you see the darts are flat. How did he
Fifth leg, it's
find
Josh to throw
that tops like
first.
that? He does call himself the wizard. That was a little bit magical.
121.
Every time I look at Colin Osborne's shirt when it's
80.
black and it has the white stars, it reminds me of, you know, when you've got a small child who likes to have the glow-in-the-dark stars on their ceiling. It reminds me of that.
82.
Or maybe I would rather have some glow-in-the-dark stars and a Colin Osborne shirt on my ceiling to put me asleep at night.
22.
I've had many a battle with Colin over the years. Some of my most memorable battles of my career against Colin.
100.
And I'm not just saying this because he's playing right now, but he is genuinely one of my favourite people in the world. I've had many
50.
a fun time with Colin around the world on our travels, and he's always held his head up high with class. He is one of the classiest dart players I've ever met. Through adversity, through success,
140.
through everything. He has always been a class act. And that is class.
180. Josh required 58.
Can Josh close him out?
Game shown the fifth leg.
Extraordinary.
Josh Payne.
Brilliant from Payne. And when the pressure is applied, he just knows what to do.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
99.5 average for Payne. He's yet to break the three-figure barrier today, but
96.
for some reason, it just doesn't feel that that's the case. He's playing at a very high, consistent level.
97.
If you were to offer one of these players today an average of 115, and the rest of them would be in the mid-80s,
99.
or a 97 to 99 average for the whole day, I know exactly what all of them would choose. They would choose what Josh is doing now. High-level
56.
consistency. Darts that wouldn't be out of place on the biggest tour of them all.
96.
And that's why players like Josh and Colin are utilising the Live League as the vehicle to get them back to where they want to be.
59.
They still believe that their elite level is there. They are proving that it is.
98.
And it's looking likely that this one's going the distance. And I'm not sad about that.
96. Colin, you require 112.
Can he find the 60 for a shot? Double 16. There's your answer.
80.
He will return. Look at Osborne in the background just loosening up.
81.
This leg
Colin, you
6
require
winning
32.
shot. Can't miss this time.
Game shown the
And
sixth
doesn't.
leg.
We're
Colin
going the
Osborne.
distance. I just feared for a second that he might miss that third dart because he didn't have a decent guide. What he did have was a decent third dart.
Seventh and final leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
Best individual performance in this head-to-head record this year was Osborne beating Payne by 4 legs to 1
100.
in week 4 of phase 2. Osborne averaged 99.93 to Josh's 93.
82.
But the last time it was 4-3 with these two, it was in the final group of phase 2 week 4 this year,
97.
which was won by Josh. But Osborne on that occasion actually won the match. And it was a puzzling affair as well.
136.
Payne averaged 8 more than Osborne and still lost. He does not want that to happen again. because currently he's 6 ahead in the averages.
98.
What's happened before means nothing. What happens next is vital. And make no mistake, the 3 players in the table,
134.
in fact there's 4 of them, on 2 points, they all want Osborne to win.
68. Colin, you
could be
record
likely.
149.
He's stolen the darts away. If Payne is to win this match, to remain undefeated for Tuesday, he may need an error from Osborne
100. Dr. Record 138.
or a piece of wizardry from himself.
62 left, yeah.
Well, that's 76.
106.
more.
Colin, you record 49.
I said he needed wizardry or a mistake. The spell wasn't there. How about the mistake? That doesn't
Game
come
shot
either.
on the match.
And Osborne
Colin
does steal
Osborne.
that one away. So we have no undefeated players in this group, which makes it even more watchable. A great game with Payne yet again for the 2nd game in succession against Colin Osborne, having the better average but not getting the points. The doubles were very, very similar. The highest checkout, very similar as well. All the 180s went to Osborne and the 2 points did as well. And that closes off round number 3. We'll take a short breather, and when we come back, it's going to be Matt Jackson up against Kevin Painter to start round 4. Coming right up in about 2 to 3 minutes. gone the distance 3 times today, and Colin Osborne has just won one of those matches that went the distance. But as for Kevin Painter in his previous match, he went exactly the opposite, winning 4-0 for his first 2 points of the day. He's now up against Matt Jackson. It couldn't be closer, and it couldn't be better. What a great day so far. Good debut so far for Matt Jackson. 4 points from a possible 6. Painter on the comeback trail, losing his first 2.
Feels like it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Big game, this one. And I've always said, as soon as we shortened
81.
Group A from 3 days to 2, you must be in position at the end of day 1.
60.
Otherwise, you're going to be thinking about Thursday and Friday. Everybody still has a chance of winning this group.
55.
Leg difference will not come into play until tomorrow.
135.
It's all about getting 4 points minimum today. Get yourself 6 or 8 potentially.
100.
But what Kevin is thinking right now,
99.
beat Josh Payne in match 14, go into tomorrow with 6 points, and that will feel really good considering he lost his first 2 games.
95.
Job 1, win this one. Give yourself that chance.
60. Matt, you record 170.
Just over the top of the first 60 that he needed for a big fish attempt.
105. Kevin, you record 147.
Snooker shot. For the man who's very pally with Mark Selby. Been good mates for
60.
years.
Matt, you record
But
65.
the artist can't find the 147. Jackson for tops.
Game shot on the first
And that's
leg.
very good.
Matt Jackson.
More evidence of good play from a player who's making his debut today.
Second leg, it's Kevin to
He's
throw
been playing
first.
some pretty
Game
good
on.
stuff the last 18 months. He went to an MAD event in Gibraltar and won there
100.
just over a year ago. It's from the same area of the country as Steve Bomber Brown.
85.
Man who's got more jobs in darts than most people.
140.
One of the best compliments I can pay Kevin Painter is that throughout his career, his
60.
technique has never wavered. And you can talk about his back foot lifting up at the end and maybe a little bit
55.
of a right shoulder twist at the end. It's somewhat anti-clockwise in its nature. He's always been a timing player.
100.
If there is movement, it's consistent movement. But if you look at his England
60.
debut back in 1994 compared to now, his technique is pretty much the same.
80.
That's going to happen when you've got barrels like that,
Kevin, you record 146.
when they're very heavy and bottom heavy at that. Oh, look at this.
114.
Fine try. And if you'd have offered Kevin Painter 114 points there, he would have taken it.
100. Kevin, you record 32.
Double 16 to level things up.
Game shot on
And
the
he's
second
in
leg.
like Flint,
Kevin
just like
Painter.
that. He's not hanging around today. At previous points in his career, he would take his time, but not right now.
They'll look, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Had a couple of nice tweets this morning, and don't be afraid to get in touch with us. As you see, the averages are not that different.
26.
Scott Sanderson has got in touch with us this morning, asking if there is a definitive rule on how close a player can stand behind the person
85.
throwing. Well, as you can see, we have two different colours of carpet here, yellow and black, but it's somewhat deceiving that our exclusion zone is very deep. The players are asked to stand towards the edge of the yellow and the black.
82.
In the PDC Tour, there is an exclusion zone, which is policed by a second referee.
24.
There's no definitive rule. And at the Dutch Open at the weekend, there was no exclusion zone on the stage. So it just depends on the people organising the event.
81.
I hope that answers your question, Scott. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Ryan Francis has also been in touch as well, saying that he's got a lot of love for Colin Osborne and he doesn't know why. But great to see him playing.
93.
What do you mean you don't know why you love Colin Osborne?
$60. Kevin, you require 160.
Is it going to be 2-1 Painter? Not at this visit, but still very possibly.
100.
Thanks to that lovely last dart 60. And is looking like he's got fire in his belly.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I've always thought that an early
57.
start was something that Kevin Painter would be suited to. He once told me that when he played PDC action and indeed BDO action back in his early days,
100.
he didn't eat breakfast. He felt that breakfast slowed him down.
100.
And that going in with an empty stomach would just keep the adrenaline pumping. Just goes to show, doesn't it?
97.
You have to find your own way. You have to find the things that work. In direct contrast to that, when I was living on the other side of the planet, I once ran into a dart player who used to have spaghetti bolognese for breakfast before a dart tournament, because they wanted all of their slow release energy at the very start of the day.
60.
There's no cast iron rule.
$135.
Starting to find that treble 20 with a lot more regularity now.
$100. Kevin, you record 130.
This is a really good steady performance, taking advantage of a somewhat lackluster Matt Jackson here in game 4 of the day.
57.
He's only clinging on to Painter's position, potentially with a shot like this. He's starting to miss what he was hitting a little bit earlier on.
28.
And there's a pattern occurring with Jackson.
You record 56.
I've noticed that in his performances today. We'll talk about that in a second. But first,
60.
Oh, that's happened before today as well.
Now you require 160.
Getting the perfect guide for a tops and not using it. Jackson doesn't get a shot at double 18.
$58. Kevin, you record 40.
Can Kevin find tops this time? Double 5.
Game on the fourth.
Pinpoint stuff.
Kevin Painter.
And a somewhat relieving double 5 there for a 3-1 lead. When your opponent is sitting on something very small and you've missed 2 dots double already.
Game on.
I don't care who you are hopeful that that double 5 is going to be found.
40.
It's that pattern of Matt Jackson today. Good game, questionable game. Good game. This is another questionable one. His average has gone below 75 for the first time today.
86.
Playing 5 games throughout the course of about 5 hours. You might think, that's easy.
84.
They only last 15, 20 minutes each. It's not that hard. Trust me, it's a lot harder than it looks.
60.
That's why a lot of these professionals or
40.
semi-professionals tend to play a lot of games against other people in preparation for things like this. There is such a thing as being darts fit.
83.
It's not just your arm, it's not just your legs, but it's your mind. Ominous from Payne.
180.
Very close to winning this now to get himself in the 4-point club.
180.
Somewhat head-scratching 180 there for Matt. Is it match over? Tens.
47.
I've missed again.
Matt, you're rocking with 52.
You might have to go all the way back to 501 in a second.
Game
And
shot
will.
the fifth leg. Matt Jackson.
Earlier in the day, we did see Lisa Ashton miss 2 match darts to win by a comfortable margin. Can Painter do what she
See
did
if it's
in winning
Kevin
a
to
little
throw
bit later?
first. Game on.
There
121.
was a wicked deflection on that third dart. Has to be mentioned that Jackson is not averaging well in this game, but his doubles have been all right. 2 hits from 2 attempts. Everything about Kevin's performance has been steady.
50.
87 average, 30% on doubles. And if you look at his live league career, he's got a running average of around 87.
140.
And doubles of around 35%, so it's pretty typical of what he does here.
60.
How many times has that happened today? He's expecting deflections that aren't coming. And he's finding gaps
140.
that he wouldn't usually find. Is he going to be left frustrated? Because if he loses
60.
this
Now
game,
you reckon 124.
you might want to get out of his way for 10 minutes. Double top.
84.
Well thought out by Matt. Not going for the 14 ball was the right player. Is it going to be bad news for the artist?
123. Matt, you reckon 40.
He's hoping he's getting a look at the 87.
Game
But
shot
he's
on the
not.
sixth flag. Matt Jackson.
And there is more bad news for Painter right now, because not only has he missed 2 match darts to win by 4 legs to 2, but he now doesn't have the darts.
7th and final leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Second consecutive game that has gone the distance. It was all looking very rosy for Kevin, and now he's got to put in some
60.
hard yards to get another winning shot.
40.
He's got to be tenacious here. Stick with Jackson's score and pounce on any mistake he makes.
43. 45.
Scores of 40 and 45 were not what he ordered from the menu. But look on the bright side. He's not out of the leg.
60.
He's very much in the leg.
60.
Treble-less visits are everywhere right now. And it's another one.
60.
The first person to get a 2 treble visit in this match might win it.
57.
Astonishing that nobody's found a treble yet. Painter's on a horrible number of 299. And he must start 19s first
140.
next. There's that first 2 treble visit. That could be the difference between winning and losing this match. He must go downstairs. He's not and he's made a big error. You get a single 20. You cannot leave a finish.
60. Now you require 138.
Somewhat unfortunate to only get 60 there, but he shouldn't have been on the 20s.
58.
And Matt shouldn't have been on the 19s on the second dart there. There are many tactical errors being made in this leg.
59. Matt, you require 80.
To win a very unexpected 2 points.
60.
Painter can't strike from 180.
60.
He leaves
Matt, you require
120
20.
after 21 darts. And Jackson
Game
wins
shot
the
on the
match.
match.
That one
Matt
is
Jackson.
going to hurt a little bit because Painter was in such control of that contest. But ultimately, that loss could be the difference between winning and losing this group. The averages weren't that different in the end, and the checkered percentages didn't really change a great deal in the last couple of legs. But Jackson has just got himself a bonus of 2 points, and for the first time, he's at the top of the table. Round 4 progresses next with Graham Hall against Colin Osborne. What more are we going to get after the break? welcome back, Darts fans, and we have one more third of action for your entertainment over the next hour and a bit. And Colin Osborne will start that action up against Graham Hall, which is coming up right now. Did you have too much for breakfast, Colin? Well, what you have had is 4 points. Graham Hall is looking to join you on that mark. It's been a very good day so far, somewhat unpredictable, as debutant Matt Jackson takes the lead, albeit having played one more match.
Hey, feels like it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Who's going to catch him, if anybody? Matt Jackson will play his final game against Colin in match 13. So Osborne will play 2 of the next 3 games.
140.
As for Graham Hall, he's getting the long shift today. First game, last game, and 3 in between. Starts perfectly here after a little bit of a break since his last match. He's had a 3-match break since he lost to Matt Jackson by 4 legs to 1. I've been impressed with Graham Hall, my first time watching him this morning. Well, it's now this afternoon because we are past 12:30 local time. But it just goes to show, doesn't it?
99.
Stalwarts back to the live league. But every now and again, we have to find some new talent from somewhere. This guy is on my radar now.
140.
I am privileged to know who's playing next week. But I'm not going to tell you until Saturday. So you're going to have to wait.
42.
There will be
Grammy
another
Rock
day's
98.
action tomorrow, of course, from 9:30 AM, live on Sporty Stuff TV and at YouTube internationally. And the fixtures will be flipped around a bit to see who wins Group A and guarantees their invitation to Saturday night.
135.
Osborne could lose his throw here. He hasn't thrown poorly in this first leg. Graham's just been better.
Game shown
And
the
he takes
first
the first leg in 14
Graham
darts.
Hall.
Very similar to what we saw in the first round of our matches today. Quite a few 14 darters. They've dried up a little bit since then.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Penny for the thoughts of Payne, who unfortunately
140.
lost that previous match by 4 legs to 3. He has one more chance to redeem himself in playing Josh Payne in match 14.
121.
It's at this stage of the day where you have to set yourself a target. It's very easy for these guys to say to themselves, I want to play one match at a time. But in your own mind, you have to set yourself that target. And that target for Osborne right now is 8 points. Win this. Win against Jackson.
45.
And in doing that, he would be top of the table, potentially going into tomorrow. But it will be a hugely advantageous position going into day 2.
95.
Hall is going to have
125.
I was just about to say company, but that dart was severely pulled into the 5. 6 darts from 166 for a 2-0 lead.
60.
Against a player who's got to be feeling good. First person to defeat Josh Payne today. Beautifully done. Now Hall's got to take the Tom Plus checkout. He might just do it.
Game shown the second
in the middle.
Graham Hall.
And it is 2-0. That's a bit of a dagger to the heart of Colin Osborne right there.
Feel like it's Colin
Words
to
of
throw
Top
first.
Gun Maverick.
Game on.
Dagger number 3 in. If you haven't seen that movie, you must see it.
60.
It is quite exceptional. Just like that checkout from Graham Hall, and exceptional that average is as well. He's in the mood again.
140.
Maybe the advantage of playing the schedule that Graham has is that he does have those little breaks in between matches.
100.
It's not like Matt Jackson, who played in game 3 and will finish up in match 13. His schedule is compacted, whereas Graham's is strung out throughout the course of the 5 hours, and he has bigger gaps in between his games. That may be a big advantage for him. He's got Osborne in trouble. He's taken the darts away from him again, just like leg 1. I wouldn't be surprised if Colin knew a great deal about Graham. Colin spent a lot of his life living in the East Midlands, whereas Graham's from the West Midlands, and there's a lot of tournaments that take place between those two areas.
140.
In fact, what a lot of people don't know is that the week before I won the Players' Championship Finals in 2010, I played in a tournament in the West Midlands and beat Colin Osborne in the final. A week later,
58.
Osborne lost
Colin,
in the
you require
semi-finals in a major,
101.
and I won it. Shovel 19, not found.
40. Graham, you require 146.
This would be a killer blow. Previously
90.
today,
Colin, you
Osborne
require
has gone for
61.
treble 7 on this shot. He persists on it because he wants to leave tops.
Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
why.
Colin Osborne.
When you're backed into a corner, sometimes you need a friend. And double top over the last couple of years has been a very good friend.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
I've seen a few players from the West Midlands coming here to the Live League over the last couple of years.
121.
The likes of Scott Baker and Matt Dennant. Dennant, coincidentally, will be part of Group B this week. The Scholar will return.
96.
There's a somewhat familiar look to some of the field this week. Lots of people who have played here before, but people who have played very well here.
60.
That's why I cannot, for the life of me, pick a winner for this week. And it's too early to do so anyway. There's a lot of traffic to negotiate before we get to Saturday night. But if I was to pick someone to win for the rest of the week, I'd have to go with Josh Payne. He's won his qualifying week twice this year already.
60.
And he's had a very good start today. He looks the most likely to me. But I've been wrong many times before.
140.
Graham Hall is very close to a 3-1 lead. And is playing at a very high standard in this match.
100. Graham, you record
standard
32.
that Osborne can't live with currently.
Game shot on the
He's
fourth
not missing
leg.
many doubles when he gets
Graham
there.
Hall.
In fact, in this match so far, he's only missed 2. And he's only been punished for them once.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
There you see that 3-figure average, not alien to this guy. And even if you hadn't seen Graham Hall play up until this point, looking at the 8 games he'd played previously, averaging almost 97, but not qualifying through a group earlier this year, you think, there's something there. He has this knack of averaging well, even when he doesn't win. He could be a bit of a find this year. Very much like Chaz Barstow in 2021.
58.
Wherever he went, he conquered. Who's going to take that mantle in 2022? We've already discovered Dan Reed, and some of his performances this year have been unbelievable.
55.
He's got the best average of the year so far here at the Live League of over 117. I still maintain we're going to get 120 plus at some point this year.
57.
I'm hanging my hat on that. Even though we aren't getting the plethora of 9 darters that we got in 2021. One of them, of course, which came from Osborne.
97.
Hall must, in my opinion, start an 18s here. Showing a little bit of mathematical prowess
58.
right there.
Colin, you require 170.
That's always good to see. Big fish? No.
122.
It's one of those moments where you've got a fishing rod in your hand and you have that first little yank at the wire and you think, ooh, is there a big fish on the line? No. And you realise it's half a toilet seat.
Colin, you record 48.
This is to stop Hall getting a match-winning shot.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And double top
Colin Osborne
comes up trumps once again. He's not missing double top. In fact, he hasn't missed any double so far in this match.
6th leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Following the same sort of pattern as the previous game. And if this game does that, Hall will lose.
45.
You cannot take your foot off the pedal in this format. I've played many a game of best of 7 legs.
95.
You're never safe. There have been countless times where someone has been 3-0 up in this format and lost 4-3. And sometimes at the most key times. I remember Richie Burnett last year, who played an astonishing amount of games here. Over 250 of them. And on one occasion against Scott Marsh,
100.
he was 3-0 up and averaging 106, maybe 107. He ended up losing 4-3. You're never safe until you get that final double.
58.
Graham Hall's last game of the day,
96.
post this, will be against Lisa Ashton. And that game will be the first game of tomorrow as the fixtures are flipped around. Osborne will start his campaign against Matt Jackson.
98.
And he's still got to play Matt before the end of the day. Can he give himself a chance of winning 4-3 for the second game in a row?
170.
It's a 170 approach. It's sublime. He's been involved in most of the 4-3s today, as Osborne. There
40.
have been
Colin, you require
4 of
40.
them. He's been involved in 2 of them already.
Game shot
And
on
he's
the
going to be
6th leg.
involved in a 3rd.
Colin Osborne.
Well, he's the excitement machine today. Is he about to get himself a 3rd win from 4 matches?
7th and final leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
How good was that 170 approach, though? Some people just know how to get it done under pressure.
140.
And you may ask, how do you do that? How do you learn to do that? Constant exposure.
32.
Put yourself under pressure or put yourself in uncomfortable situations a lot. That way you learn how you feel in those spots and how to come through it.
60.
Osborne has been in these situations for the last 15 years. Hall has not.
96.
Not as much anyway.
$43.
Bad visit. And G-Man's got a chance of getting back in this last leg decider. Does G-Man have the power?
180.
He raises his sword to the ceiling and says yes. Little He-Man joke for you.
$134.
Lovely thinking from Osborne. He wanted to take the 18 off the end at worst, but it was better than that. It's now a guaranteed shot to win 4-3.
95.
Colin Osborne trying to be the
When you require
Skeletor
124.
for G-Man. Not that I'm saying he's skinny, but this 1-2-4 kill would be evil. The only upside of that is that he's got rid of the 4. That's the lot.
19.
I think he would admit that that's a bit of a disaster.
Graham, you require 98.
Dreams of taking that out for 6 points in the table. To be in second place on his own. But now he might pay the price for that miss. No shot for Hall.
66.
And if Osborne doesn't
Colin,
take
you require
this,
105.
he should lose. Single 5. He knows how important this is for the group. Double top has been his friend.
85.
This time it does not work.
Graham, you require 32.
What a game. And for the third game in a row, we've gone to 4-3. This
Game
one
shot
is won
and the
by Hall.
match.
He breaks
Graham
in 16
Hall.
darts in the last leg. Colin Osborne has just been involved in so many legs today. You can't separate them in the averages, but only 0.18. The checkouts were both exceptional, both above 67%. What a great game of darts. And they have one more left to play to see how they're pitched going into Wednesday's play. We're going to finish up round number 4 with Lisa Ashton against Josh Payne coming up next. An exhilarating day will continue now as we've got 4 more matches for your darting entertainment here, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Myself, Paul the Asset Nicholson, calling in the rest of the action for the week. 4 games to go. Josh Payne against Lisa Ashton will start off the final furlong. Josh Payne in striking distance of the top spot, and if he gets himself a 3rd win from 4, he will be at the summit for now. But Lisa Ashton, even though she's at the bottom of the table, she is not out of this. A win against Josh, and she would join the pack on 4 points, but her leg difference does need to improve somewhat. Let's find out what happens when Lisa throws
Hey, feels like
first
it's
in this
Lisa
one.
to throw first. Game on.
Today has been really impressive. I'll be fascinated to see the statistics for the entire day come tomorrow morning, and we will go through those at the time and judge them for what they are. But the one thing that is jumping out of the page for me from the previous match is that Colin Osborne missed 1 darted double in that match, and it was the dart to win the match.
60.
That's the difference between those 2 players. 1 shot. Very similar to what we saw from Cullen Van Gerwen last night in the Premier League final in Berlin.
93.
1 person hits after 1 person misses 1 shot. Some of these matches can be decided
140.
by those tiny margins. Looks like Lisa's got the bit between her teeth at the start of this one.
100.
She got a very impressive win against Osborne earlier.
140.
4 legs to 3, of course, because Colin Osborne is the king of the 4-3s today. But then shortly after that, she lost to Payne by 4 legs to 0. So she maybe has
60.
had to lick her wounds a bit
Lisa require 80.
over the last few matches. She's got 2 matches to go. First port of call
40.
to try and take this one against Josh, and just misses out on leg 1. But now she gets another look.
140. Lisa require 40.
Tops for the lead. Or double 19.
2. Joshua require 48.
What a bonus this is. He did not expect this chance.
Game shown the first leg.
But he's lethal at taking
Josh
them.
Payne.
And when you've got the confidence levels that Josh Payne has right now, when someone gives you a chance,
Second leg,
you
it's
take
Josh
it.
to throw first. Game on.
One thing these players do have in common is that they were on the PDC Tour the last 2 years.
140.
So they were swimming in the same circles. They played home tour darts.
100.
They played behind closed door darts.
140.
So they have a very similar story to tell when it comes to playing during the pandemic. In fact, they did play in a Players
100.
Championship in Bolton in 2021. It was a 6-5 win for Josh Payne in a pretty decent game. Imagine beating Lisa Ashton in Bolton, her hometown. How dare you, Josh? Oh, that's special.
171.
Now, I don't care who you are in the world of darts. When you leave 50 after 9, you're tempted to go bull.
121. Joshua require 50.
Not Josh.
10.
He'll be back. I've seen a couple of people do the whole bullseye shot for the 10. I've seen Dimitri van den Berg do it against Phil Taylor.
45.
I've seen Taylor do it to
Joshua
multiple
require
people.
40. Game shot on the
Pops us in for
second leg.
Payne,
Josh
13
Payne.
darter, and this is a good performance so far. 17 darter, 13 darter, 100 average, very accomplished.
So that gets Lisa to throw first. Game on.
It's where
60.
players of this caliber expect to be. More often than not, because of small misses, they aren't at this point.
100.
But dart players of Josh's caliber expect to be hitting 15 darters all the time. That's how we grade ourselves.
100.
And when he walked into this arena this morning, he will have expected to be top of the table going into Tuesday.
96.
And he will be top of the table if he wins this match and his next one with a little bit of a margin between himself
100.
and his opponents in those prospective wins. His biggest threat right now is Matt Jackson.
60.
And Josh disposed of him pretty comfortably in match 5 by 4 legs to 1. You see, Lisa is using the more popular, now than ever, moulded flight.
55.
It's a flight that doesn't come in a flat packet. It's something that is preset. And when you buy them, they come in a box. They're trying to maintain those perfect white
137.
angles. She's been using them for quite a while.
$60. Joshua require 108.
For 3-0. To put the Lancashire Rose to the sword. And you do feel that Bolton's finest lady
98.
is going to have to find 419s
Lisa
in
require
bowl to get into this match.
126.
There's 3 of them. There's 6.
114.
Tremendous
Joshua
try.
require 10.
That's a bad first start. How good is the third?
8.
Not that great.
Lisa require 12.
Double 3.
6.
Somewhat cagey effort at
Joshua
double 3.
required
Nobody
2.
likes that double. Not many people like double 1 either.
No score.
And Josh doesn't right now either.
Lisa requires 6. Game
A
shot
much
on the
more
third
positive
leg.
effort on that double
Lisa
3.
Ashton.
And that leg finished in a way that I didn't expect it. I thought it might have been a 1-2-6 out for Ashton, but in the end, she takes it, but only
Well, it's
just.
Josh to throw first.
I said that players
140.
grade themselves on 15 darters. Their ability to take legs like that on the chin and move on
84.
ultimately is what defines you. If you dwell on something too much and it infects
57.
the rest of the game, the rest of the campaign, you can kiss goodbye to success.
60.
A prime example of that, in a concentrated fashion, will be Joe Cullen over the next 2 months. Story
100.
goes, when Peter Wright lost the Premier League final by missing multiple darts for the match, he won a tournament 48 hours later.
22.
If Cullen does the same, we will praise him. What can
60.
Payne do in leg 4 and beyond after missing those shots for a 3-0 lead? Well, he has scored better in this leg, that's for sure.
140. Joshua Rick 144.
And he's got time. He's using the
128.
time very well. Double 8 is not his favourite. I know that from practicing with him on many occasions.
125. Josh
But he'll
requires
probably
16.
still hit it.
Game shot on the
Told
4
you.
flag.
16
Josh
darter
Payne.
is back to normal. And that's around a 94 average, so it's a little bit less than what we saw earlier, but it is a 3-1 lead eventually.
Fifth leg,
for
it's
Payne.
Lisa to throw first. Game on. $100.
I never really understood Josh Payne's nickname, The Maximum. You might think it's somewhat simple, because he has the 180 record for an individual match here at the Live League, but he's had this nickname for a while.
97.
I've never really asked him what it's about. I always thought his nickname should have been Max, because of the
140.
dark comic character Max Payne.
$56.
I suppose when you think about maximum pain, it does roll off the tongue quite well. And that's what he's looking to inflict all of his
54.
opponents this week.
$121.
He's in a good position if Lisa makes one more error. But it's not going to be now.
99.
99 is decent. That's a guaranteed look at 108.
$43. Lisa require 108.
News just keeps getting better for Lisa in leg number 5.
54.
3 compacted darts there, but no treble. And this leg is not over yet.
$140.
I said it's not over yet.
Lisa require
The only
54.
person who can book it is Lisa right now. Oh,
14.
that's cruel.
Joshua require 44.
A little bit more of a deflection on that flight and it was in. But it's tops for Payne for a vital win.
34.
2 mismatched darts.
Lisa require 40.
Lisa knows plenty about those from earlier. Double 5. Oh, and she
No
got
score.
tops eventually, but it's the wrong time.
Joshua required 10.
Double 5. And this
Game
time he
shot
is
and the
much better
match.
on double
Josh
5.
Payne.
And he brings round number 4 to a close. And he goes to the top of the table with a very good display statistically. At times, in the first 2 legs especially, he was much better than that. But ultimately, it's all about the points, of which he has plenty. So, short break coming up. And when we come back, it's round number 5. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson, and we've reached the point of today's play where these players know exactly where they could be sitting going into Wednesday's final day of Group A. But where will they be sitting? The next game for all of them will tell them that very story. Matt Jackson could be sitting on 8 points, setting the pace. Osborne could well be in the same sort of house as Jackson right now. This is a big game. They will play each other now and in their first game tomorrow. 6 games to go in this group for these two players, and they both have ambitions of winning it still.
So first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne is thinking 6 points. Jackson is thinking 8.
85.
Nothing else will do. It's a bit like going down the 18th hole when you're having any round
60.
of golf. You get yourself a nice par or a nice birdie to finish up and you feel good about the rest of your day. If you're in this position,
125.
you lose your last match of the day and you feel a bit sour.
140.
And you might think that there are good results in this game for other people. You'd be right in thinking that.
60.
There are players towards the basement of this table who want people to not get to 8 points. With that in mind,
140.
the likes of Payne, Ashton, they would really like Osborne to win this game, to make sure that the person at the top of the table is only on 6 points and not 8.
85. Mate, you reckon 161.
Same goes for Josh Payne next. Everybody's hoping for a Payne to win.
90. Colin, you reckon 146.
Rapid fire stuff here as Osborne goes for a 146 and might stay there. That's not in.
98. Mate, you reckon 71.
Is this in? Double 7. And it is in.
On the first leg, Matt Jackson.
We have seen some rather complicated finishing today from some people, but that may have been taking the cake and the icing and the sprinkles on top. I honestly can't remember the last time I saw a 71 finish with double 7 at the end, if ever. What I like about Matt Jackson's play is the fact that
140.
he has shown very little emotion today, and he's quite an emotional player. He loves to give it some. There's nothing wrong with that.
100.
But this is not the environment to do that. You've got to play within yourself here. And if that suits anybody in this field, it is Colin Osborne. That is a glorious
180.
How he managed to sneak that third dart in there, I'll have no idea. Almost defying physics. Not that I am a bit of a laureate when it comes to talking about physics. I know a little bit.
59. Mate, you reckon 138.
I don't profess to be Sheldon Cooper, that's for sure.
98.
That is a wonderful last dart. Don't underestimate just how good that last dart was. Staying well clear of that treble 20 bed.
121. Mate, you reckon 40.
Double top for a 2-0 lead. Pushes the wire and Osborne gets a little hope here.
105.
It was this shot that cost him his previous match. It was the only double he missed against Graham Hall on a 105 to win 4-3.
85.
Same result this time.
Mate, you require 20.
Double 5.
10.
I was just
Colin,
about to
you
make a bit of
require
a quip about
20.
director saying action. Well, take 2 for Osborne.
10.
Take 3 for Jackson.
Matt, you require 10.
Too defensive. Getting there.
Game shot on the second
Action.
leg. Matt
Just
Jackson.
like that, 2-0. And Matt Jackson is getting away with it in leg 2 there, but he's not going to snuff that opportunity, that's for sure.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Colin has had to work so hard today.
140.
You're going to have those days where every game is close. He lost by 4 legs to 3 to Lisa Ashton.
55.
He lost by 4 legs to 3 against Graham Hall. He won by 4 legs to 3 to inflict the only defeat on Josh Payne for the day. His most comfortable game of the day so far has been against Kevin Payne in match 2. And that wasn't exactly easy. But based on what we know about Colin,
140.
he won't give up. He will be showing that classic tenacity of his. And the likelihood is we are going to play
140.
another 5 legs in this contest.
121.
That was for treble 7, I promise you.
81.
He's getting this knack of leaving 45 points. It's happened in 3 of the last 4 legs he's played.
58. Colin, you require 40. Game shot on the
much
third
better.
leg.
First time he's
Colin
found tops in a
Osborne.
while. And he brings the gap to just the 1. But Matt Jackson now has to protect that lead with everything he can muster.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
The stats tell you a very puzzling story. An 80 average for Matt, a 94 for Osborne. And it's very similar to the Painter game that Matt Jackson got through by 4 legs to 3.
51.
Puzzling contest. I just wonder how Painter will respond when he plays
60.
against probably the form horse in this group in Josh Payne after this.
$95.
Colin does have a slight frailty with his new style, is that he does sometimes drag the dart to the left. We have seen a dart in this leg which was violently left.
100.
But the rebuild that he's gone through with his throw over the last 2 years,
135.
he's done something that a lot of players would not be able to do. Jackson with a great approach.
139.
Huge emphasis on this visit for Osborne. If it's not sizable, Jackson could coast.
180. Mate, you require 62.
Double 16.
Game
And
shot on
maybe
the
he was
fourth leg.
coasting to a 3-1
Matt
lead.
Jackson.
Even with all of that pressure from Osborne, he finds one of the best checkouts he's had all day.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Jackson's leg difference is +5. Second only to Josh Payne. And there you see,
95.
averages lie. They're like very bad lawyers. They lie.
140.
Averages mean nothing. Especially in games like this. The reason why Osborne's average is so
55.
high compared to Matt's is because the 1 leg he won was so much better. Jackson is winning the vital battles.
100.
he could well be winning this match in the next 6 to 9 darts that he throws.
41.
He's got the impetus, he's got the darts, he's got the position, and he's got a visit coming that's really good.
140.
If you'd have said to me this morning that Matt Jackson would finish with 8 points,
60. Matt, you reckon
I may have doubted that,
121.
but I'm not going to doubt his chances of coming through this group now. He is going to fancy it.
105.
Especially with match darts incoming for a 4-win day. The only
40.
person to
Mate, you
beat
reckon
Matt Jackson
16?
today, Josh Payne.
Eight.
That should remain the case. Unless he has a bit of a meltdown on his final shot of the day.
100.
Double 4.
Mate, you reckon what? 8. Game
And he's
shot
at
on
8
the
points.
match.
A very
Matt
impressive
Jackson.
debut day for Matt Jackson, whose day is done after a 4-1 victory over Colin Osborne, 87.88. He did bridge the gap in the averages in the end, which was around about 12 points at one point. But overall, he won the vital battles, and he got himself 8 points for the day. Very well done, Matt. We'll see you tomorrow. And Osborne has got a lot of work to do. We're going to see what Kevin Painter can do with 2 points in the bank. If he doesn't make it to 4, he could well be out of Group A after one day. Hello and welcome back for our final 2 matches of today's Online Darts Live League in Group A. Thank you for joining us from this morning all the way through to now. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. it has been a really good day for Josh Payne. Let's see what he can do in his final match against Kevin Painter. If he wins this match, he will elevate himself to the summit of this group, somewhere where he's very, very comfortable.
Okay, first look, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
And that would compound the pain of Kevin Painter, who at times today has played very well. He just hasn't banked enough points for his liking.
97.
It doesn't matter about the leg difference for Josh. He's already at +8.
140.
That's where Matt Jackson has finished. Simply the win, the 2 points, will get him to number 1 going into day 2.
96.
As for Painter, if he can't inflict a second defeat of the day on Josh, he will be 6 points adrift.
85.
With 5 matches to go, and that doesn't get bridged very often. Could well be a long week for Kevin in a quest
96.
to make a 3rd weekly finals. It's not that he's played bad.
60.
He's been doing that all day. And you can see that micro shake of the head. He knows exactly what's going on. He's throwing well, but the darts aren't landing in their preferred targets. Just micro changes for tomorrow, or indeed in this match, could make a hell of a difference.
92.
We're talking about 2 players here who have been going to the same venues for quite a few years. Josh and Kevin played each other for the very first time in 2014 at a UK Open qualifier when we used to have those. Not quite on the second dart for Josh.
60. Kevin, you require 140.
Small 20. He's getting a bit of a battering in this leg.
40.
And when it's not your day, that's the kind of
Josh
thing that
requires
happens.
60.
Tops, possibly from the left-hand side.
40.
Chance for Kevin.
Kevin, you
He
require
doesn't
100.
get the 60 here. What will he do? Doesn't matter because he got it.
Game shown the first
That's
leg.
exactly what you
Kevin
need in
Painter.
that spot. It's not just about taking the 60 in tops. It's the confidence that you get from hitting that shot in 2.
Second leg,
It's
it's
very
Kevin
hard for
to
me to
throw
communicate
first.
just how
Game on.
that feels. Because you can't do it any better than that. Unless you go bullseye, bullseye.
43.
Which, let's face it, nobody would do in that spot. Maybe Simon Whitlock would think about it because he got 3 bulls for a 150 checkout recently.
140.
Don't forget, it's not just Jose de Souza that's had 3 double tops for a 120.
180.
That Greg Ritchie did it about 10 days later here at the Live League. And it was rather spectacular, just like Kevin Painter's first 180 of the match. Just there.
81. The
last start just came up severely short of the 18 section. You can see what he was trying to do. But if Painter was to get 4 points
60.
and finish above Colin Osborne in the table with a win here, anything's possible
85.
tomorrow. He could possibly have a perfect day of 5 wins from 5, and that would be enough, maybe.
50.
Make no
Kevin, you
bones
record
about it. I am not
112.
counting Kevin Painter out of this group. Double 16.
80. Josh require 170.
This would be out of the blue. I was just about to say out of the blue and into the red.
140. Kevin, you require 32.
And you
Games
get
on the
everything in
second
this
leg.
game for hitting the
Kevin
green bed.
Painter.
I'm starting to sound like Tony Green, minus the bad jumpers, but it is 2-0 to Painter, and he's halfway to 4 points.
So look, it's Josh to throw first.
I say bad jumpers. Well, Tony Green's jumpers were very much in fashion in the 80s. probably in fashion now.
180.
180s never go out of fashion. Unless you've got 180 left.
45.
Just ask Dirk van Dijvenbode. This is a better scoring performance from Josh. This is what's been missing earlier in the match.
140.
Painter joins him. Maybe a little bit too late. In the same fashion that Osborne and Jackson played their last match of the day against each other and will then play their first game against each other tomorrow. That's the same for Josh and Kevin.
100. Josh require 87.
For 2-1. Well, that leaves 78. That doesn't.
36.
Nothing went right in that visit. Not one thing. Josh has got to be careful here. Painter's been lurking. Even in legs where he's been outscored.
35.
And he could have his pocket pinched again.
Kevin, you require 76.
Kevin has made a career of hitting shots like this.
56.
If I were him, I'd be
Josh
devastated with that
60.
miss. What a chance for 3-0. Double two.
14.
Starting to lose his range all of a
You
sudden.
require 20.
Not just on the approaches, but on the doubles.
Games
Painter
on the
is starting
third
to
leg.
find
Kevin
what
Painter.
Josh is leaving on the floor as a crumb trail. So 3-0 here is good news for Painter, but it's very good news for everybody else as well.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It's even better news for Matt Jackson. Kevin Painter 3-0 up, throwing exactly 50 darts
135.
for the first 3 legs. The epitome of steady. It has to be better than steady to win from this
180.
position. Kevin's throwing those darts
140.
very, very hard today. I've just noticed that. He's always been one of the hardest throwers in the world of darts.
100.
Just look at the effort coming from the shoulder. That was a perfect angle of that. Great
95.
last shot. He's 131 points away from definitely being in it tomorrow.
140. Kevin, you record 131.
And he would only be 2 points behind Josh.
91.
Payne
Josh
must hit
record
this
81.
12. Bull.
56.
Match not saved. And
Kevin, you
Painter's
record
in
40.
dreamland.
Game
And it's
shot
not a
and the
nightmare
match.
this time on double top.
Kevin Painter.
Because Painter's found a 4-0 win somewhat out of the blue. And Matt Jackson on debut is going to top the table going into tomorrow. 92.49 is a very good performance from Kevin. Arguably his best performance of the day, considering he was involved in a couple of dramatic games earlier on. But highest check out of 100. That first leg of the contest changed everything. Well done, Kevin. You're back in it for tomorrow. Lisa Ashton and Graham Hall will bring us to a close in match 15. That's coming next. have one more match for your darting entertainment for Tuesday, and the last game that we saw, a 4-0 win for Kevin Payne, has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. Good news for everybody, because everybody still has a chance of winning this group. 8 points for Jackson. He is the person to catch. But if Ashton does find a win here against Graham Hall, who is currently positioned in 5th, everybody still has a chance. This is a huge game for Lisa. It's like a final for Group A, ahead of possibly 5 finals tomorrow.
Okay, first look, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
It's got to be no mercy here from Graham Hall, because on the flip side, if he can get a 3rd win for the day,
60.
he will be right in the melting pot, alongside Josh Payne and Matt Jackson towards the top of the table.
100.
Now, I'm not allowed to pick sides. I'm supposed to be very sore from sitting on a fence as a commentator.
25.
But I want this table to be so bunched up tomorrow that I've got no clue who's going to win.
100.
The kind of performance that is going to get Lisa a win here is steady scoring and some really good
83.
finishing from between, say, 81 and 121.
140.
She knows that she's not going to be off the bottom of the table unless she wins by a massive margin. She has a leg difference of -10. Graham's
43.
is -4. So the turnaround has got to be big.
61.
It's got to be 4-1 or 4-0 to start that climb.
91.
A somewhat unconventional approach there with 121 left in 1 dart. A lot of people would have gone for the 25 or bull, but Lisa's very traditional in her thinking.
140.
And this
Lisa
is for a
70.
first leg break. I
Game
said
shot
the
on
finishing had to
first
be
leg.
good.
Lisa
I
Ashton.
said it was going to be between 81 and 121. But a very similar ilk of finish finds her getting that
Secondly,
first
it's
leg
Lisa
break.
to throw first. Game on.
Tremendous stuff for that 14-darter.
140.
And when she's playing at this speed, this pace, this tempo, Graham's got problems. Her hit rate in finals in Women's Series darts over the last couple of years has been frightening.
140.
And she has got Women's Series events coming up next week. The ideal preparation for her for those Women's Series events next week is this. Lots of practice
134.
against some very good players. And if she comes out shining this week, those Women's Series events are beckoning in Barnsley
81.
in about a week. And when that week is over in Barnsley, the 8 players at the top of the Women's Series Order of Merit will be invited to play in the Women's World Match Play
100.
on the second Sunday of that tournament.
140.
Lisa's already there. She's position number 1 on the table. She's miles ahead.
40.
Oh, it's a hat stand dart.
Amy require 127.
It's cost her some valuable points. This is for the 127 in game.
82.
45 short.
Lisa require 100.
Sounds a bit like my trouser measurement. 102.
Game shot on the
And
second
she
leg.
mimics Kevin Payne.
Lisa Ashton.
When he got it in the first leg of the previous match, he went on to win 4-0. Is the same.
So look, it's
About to
Graham to
befall
throw
Lisa.
first. Game on.
And it's 2 14-darters. She has a personal best average in this room of
58.
103.02. Just let that compute for a second, because we don't associate ton plus averages with ladies for some reason.
25.
Lisa was the first person to have a big stage ton plus average at the UK Open against Aaron Beanie last year. It was lauded for good reason.
140.
But it also brings up a very interesting point, of which I've been making for 20 years.
100.
There is no reason why a woman or any person on this planet can't be as good as the next person. There is no physical advantage or mental advantage
66.
that another person doesn't have over a man.
$140.
One of the things I love about this game, and this is not a controversial topic because in some sports it is, because of biology and things like that. Whether you're a man, you're a woman, transgender, we don't care. This has been one of the most level playing fields in sport for decades.
60. Graham, you require 103.
You just sense that Lisa's going to find a 136 or a 140 here. And Graham is going to have huge pressure on his shot, which is going to be 56. Here it comes. I was wrong.
95.
But not far wrong.
And you require 56. Game shot in the
Beautifully
third
done
leg.
from Graham.
Graham Hull.
17 darter was good enough. He stops the train of Ashton going through to 3-0. And we could have a game on our hands now.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $100.
I'm digging the footwear of Lisa today as well. They've caught my eye a couple of times. And what's also caught my eye is just a little bit of discomfort in the background there for Lisa.
134.
That's not a good sign. You may have noticed that she's wearing a throwing sleeve, which is something
60.
that other players have implemented, like Paul Lim. Anastasia Dobromyslova as well has used the sleeve. I've tried to use that in the past. Just gives you a little bit of extra
96.
rigidity in your arm. And if you haven't tried it, it's worth going to have a go at that piece of equipment.
96.
Especially if you've got a little bit of discomfort in your elbow, your forearm. It could just relieve that pressure. Beautiful from Graham Hall.
171.
Takes 171 off that total. That was a great visit.
100. Graham, you
He's
require
turning the tide of
100.
this game. And the averages are almost identical all of a sudden. Ton in 2.
60.
Ton not done in 3.
Lisa require 145.
Oh boy, watch out. For a second I thought she was going to get that.
93.
That's the kind
Graham,
of
you
finish she
require
finds
40.
in vital matches.
Game shot on the
It's
fourth
2-2.
leg.
We're down
Graham
to best
Hull.
of 3 from here. This is a very good game of darts. Mid-90s averages, good doubling, and both players playing superbly well.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
It's almost following what I thought Lisa had to do. She's had 2 shots at a double. She's hit them both.
99.
No 180s in this game. They don't need them.
100.
This game is good enough without them. Graham Hall has put in a long shift today.
57.
Played in the very first game Playing in the last game, he will do the same tomorrow. He will be
100.
hoping on some level that he's not playing on Thursday and Friday. I think he's got something. I've been impressed with him.
180.
He's got more than something. He's now got the first maximum of the match. And that's the one time I wouldn't criticise a player for leaving 165. Lisa is going to get a look at that 161. And it would be the biggest finish she's ever hit in this room.
52.
Things are changing in this game.
161.
Lisa is sticking around, playing beautifully.
65.
This time, with 121, she does go for the 25. And it was the right player. Double 18 for the lead.
95.
That's the biggest start of the match
Lisa
so far.
96.
What Lisa does next could also be the biggest dart of the match so far. But she hits it.
Lisa Ashton.
That is a 14 darter once again, and she still hasn't missed a double.
So if it's Lisa
All
to throw
three
first.
winning legs from Lisa in this game have been 14 darts. All have been with one dart a double.
100.
Frightening consistency. I suppose the biggest surprise is that her average is under 100.
85.
And when she's got the darts here in leg 6, she's thinking, all I want is a 5-visit leg. Make
60.
him get a 4-visit leg. It's unlikely when you start with 85. But then again,
134.
earlier this season, I'm pretty sure I saw a 12 darter with a start of 21.
60.
Advantage Hall, he's nicked the darts and he's running with them. Fast turning into the best game of the day, saving the best till last. And in the back of my mind, I'm hearing that song by Vanessa Williams.
140.
Ashton not letting go of the possibility
You require 102.
Look at this. Quality wherever you look. Double 16 for a 12 darter.
86.
He's had his 4 visits.
Lisa, you require 141.
Ashton for that 5-visit leg to win. It's not going to happen.
97. Graham, you requires 60.
To take us all the way for a 6th time today.
Game's on the
There it
6th
is.
leg. Graham
Really
Hall.
good game. And at this point, I have to say that it is the best game of the day overall because they're both playing at a very high level.
7th and final leg. It's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Hall's got the darts with a 98.58 average. He's got the 2 maximums. How much you would dig a third.
180.
That is exactly what Ashton did not want to hear.
60.
And make no mistake, in this game, Lisa Ashton has hit Graham Hall harder than a Julius Francis right cross. But Graham is still standing
140.
and still swinging. Oh, what about that?
180.
She's not going to go quietly. What a game. And what a last leg.
100.
Must find 140 plus here, you feel. What a dart. What a visit.
140. Graham, you require 81.
She's given Graham Hall everything in her locker. But he's just found a way. And the win with an 11 darter. What a game. What a performance from Graham Hall, considering the position he was in at 3-2 down. He has found 102.94 average. That's his new personal best for the day. And Lisa Ashton with one of her best performances in the room, but it wasn't good enough. 3 from 3. She did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong, and she still lost by 4 legs to 3. We're going to be talking about that game for the rest of the week, I assure you. Thank you for your company over the last 5 hours. It's been a real roller coaster ride. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. That's Matt Jackson at the top of the table. He's got plenty of people to chase him down. To see who wins Group A, you're going to have to join us tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV. We will see you for Wednesday morning, but for the rest of Tuesday, have a good time, everyone. The Asset is signing out for now. Take care, everyone.